Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a new year.
About the tournament format. Welcome to VCT Challengers Southeast Asia 2026, where rising contenders battle for their path to champions. Here is everything that you need to know. In 2026, VCT Challengers SEA features two splits, Split 1 and Split 2, running from January through July. The journey begins with 5 open qualifiers across the region: Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and the rest of SEA. From each qualifier, the top 8 teams will secure their place in the regional tournament. The top 4 teams from Split 1 regional tournaments will automatically retain their spot in Split 2 regional tournaments, while the bottom 4 teams will have to return to the open qualifiers. This brings us one step closer to discovering Southeast Asia's next great challenger.
Wow, so many qualifiers and even more teams fighting to become challengers this year. But hold on, we're just getting started. Let's keep on going.
The 8 teams will continue their path in the regional tournaments with a double elimination format. The top 2 teams from each regional tournaments and top 2 teams from Premier will advance to VCT Challengers SEA 2026, making it 12 teams in total. There are 2 phases in VCT Challengers SEA: group stage and playoffs. In group stage, each team will compete in a group stage format, 4 groups of 3, where they will face each team in their group once. In the event of a 3-way tie, map and round differential will be used to determine which team take the first place and advances. The remaining 2 teams will then do a tiebreaker match to determine second place and who advances. Every match matters. Only the first and second place teams move on to the playoffs, while third place is eliminated.
This season marks our biggest year yet, with more matches, more competition, and even more high-stakes moments. Hey, you're hearing all of this from me for the first time, right? Well, there are still a few surprises in store.
The 8 teams that qualify for the playoff will go through a double elimination format, where the best team will claim the title. And now, here's the big announcement you've been waiting for. The champions of Split 2 will secure a place in VCT Pacific Stage 2 play-ins. Meanwhile, the runner-up and the team with the highest total of challengers points across Split 1 and Split 2 will earn another opportunity through the last chance qualifier.
It's gonna be a long journey. So what are you waiting for? This is your path to champions. Where's my phone? Oh.
Thank you so much, Lava, for explaining the entire circuit to us. It's a pretty extensive circuit, but it's a pretty cool one at that. A bit of a revolution here for 2026. We've got the regional tournaments that will lead into the Southeast Asia group stage and eventually the Southeast Asia playoffs. And of course, opportunities for teams to qualify to stage 2 of Pacific and, potentially even champions multitudes.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is as clear as it gets, right? Of course the grind is gonna be there, but the path to champions has never been clearer for aspiring teams. So if this is obviously your signal to grab your 4 best friends, form a premier team and work your way through, because the path to champions is truly alive in 2026.
Yeah, and we are still, pretty early on in the year, of course. It's just turned February. We're here for the regional tournaments. We've got a bunch of teams that have qualified over the last couple of days, and they're really trying to prove their worth here in the RoSEA region, as I like to say. But yeah, from Split 1 to Split 2 as well, we've got the top 4 teams that perform here for this split. They'll get a chance to head over to Split 2 in the regional tournaments, qualifying past that, not needing to go to the open qualifiers. Or the bottom 4 teams, well, they'll head over to the open qualifiers themselves to again try to prove their mettle and perform up to their potential here and in the future.
That's right. So there's a little you can ascend a little bit, you can DQ a little bit, but there is also the fact that the champions of that Split 2 will be going straight into the Pacific Stage 2 play-ins. The runner-ups as well as the team with the most number of challenger points across both Split 1 as well as Split 2 will be moving into the LCQ, which allows them to grind themselves and reprove themselves that they're still in it to win it for VCT Pacific themselves.
Yeah, so LCQ gonna be really exciting. The last time we had a last chance qualifier was quite a few years ago, and the hype that tournament brought to the scene was just on a different level, right? It was so exciting to have different teams just vying for that one coveted spot. And of course, next year 2027 we might see changes to the regional leagues, so every organization, every team here vying for that placements. But speaking of placements, right, we've got a different point system that we have brought into this year. So every single win will equal 1 point for the group stage, and for the playoffs, depending on where you place, right? Obviously, you get different points as well. A win still gets you a point, but placements, for example, first place gets 5 points, second place 4th, so on and so forth.
Nah, I love the way the points are set up as well. I think this not only rewards the top performers, but as well, lends some drive throughout the entire thing, because if you just are able to clock enough wins under your belt, you surely will be able to collect enough points there. And that total prize pool, holy, in bright red, Colton, $50,000 across all different positions here, with a special MVP award of $1,000 to a special individual that really proves themselves here for Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, that prize pool is juicy, and considering that this year we have got the reintroduction of so many of these leagues, we've got their own broadcast now coming through, officially on the VALORANT channels. It's super exciting. And, speaking about the exciting teams, we have our 8 top teams coming in from RoSEA, right? We've got Motive Esports that automatically qualified since they performed really well last year all the way to Ascension. And the 7 teams that have qualified through the open qualifiers, we've got Breakpoint, Galaxy Rain, Unsigned 5, Overpowered Youths, Fish Action Party, Nobody with Passion, as well as Aura.
I mean, it's incredible, the 7 teams that really worked their way through OQ. So many teams had actually made it, at least signed up for open qualifiers to try and vie their spot for the top 7, and eventually went into that Swiss kind of tiebreaker as well. But here we are, having that Southeast Asia RoSEA Split 1 brackets. This will be double elimination, but I don't think we've got enough people to do a triple elimination yet, Colton.
Yeah, it's triple elimination all the way in the regional leagues, or like the franchise leagues are pretty exciting. But we'll have it 2 brackets this time, or at least upper lower brackets for RoSEA. And these are our matches that we're going to be having here today. Galaxy Rain up against Overpowered Youths as our first match. And of course, I guess you could say the dessert at the end. We've got Motive coming back into the circuit after a bit of an off-season for them, restructuring, revitalizing up against an up-and-coming team, right? Team Aura, all the way from the Mongolian region. So that's another matchup that's very exciting that we'll have here today.
Yeah, and that first one between Galaxy Rain as well versus Overpowered Youth, that's going to be a nice appetite to whet our taste buds with, moving into basically the first best of 3 here for the RoSEA region. A couple of strong players, strong teams that have made their way and proved themselves through the open qualifiers before we really hit it with the big shots, with the second best of 3 happening later on. So exciting to really ramp things up, kick things off. I mean, Colin, I'm absolutely thrilled to have the pleasure of really trying to build the hype here for the first day of our RoSEA gameplay.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a different name for RoSEA. It sounds a little bit awkward sometimes in sentences. Our RoSEA region, I think that has a little bit of a ring to it, RoSEA region. But yeah, as you mentioned, right, a lot of these teams coming in with fresh faces. We've got returning players, but also the new introduction of RoSEA means that we have teams such as Galaxy Rain, right? All the way from Cambodia. They have run the gauntlet. They themselves did not have a region a couple of years ago. So now that they've got an opportunity to compete, they have made a name for themselves, going all the way through the open qualifiers in a pretty flawless record. and now standing here in the playoffs, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, you know, not a single map was dropped during their OQ kind of run. 4 matches, 2-0 the entirety of the way. Oh, to be fair, there was a buy-in, so you have to give, you know, to showcase that, but the rest of them were kind of smooth sailing for themselves, and they'll be up against the overpowered youths. This is effectively a full Singaporean squad comprising of these beautiful 5 folks, and also ended up being effectively a nice 4-0 streak during the OQs. And honestly, this is a great time to really start to phase out against your opposition, right? These 2 teams, Overpowered Youth versus Galaxy Rain, have not gone against each other during the OQs, but it starts right here.
Yeah, and a couple of these players actually did even win the regional qualifiers last year. First Love Orchestra, I'm pretty sure they won Breakpoint last year. That happened, I think, in Split 1. So them coming back into the mix here, I mean, those names, veterans of the Singaporean scene. And a little bit of info I think we do have, since Kestrel is playing, he is technically the substitute player. So Zesbu gonna be out of this starting 5 for this matchup here. So a little bit of change up in the rosters, but I think that makes this matchup even more exciting because Overpowered Youth and on their side, but Galaxy Rain, they've got the work ethic, they've got the determination to prove everyone wrong here.
I agree, right? It's gonna be a bit of a challenge to them to try and figure out how to bring all that together. Yes, you know, Overpowered Youth, they've had a bit of a good run during OQ and they've kind of proved themselves, but this is where, you know, they're really put to the test, right? As the competition starts to ramp up, we've got players that have come from a smattering of different organizations, and the hope is that they're going to be able to, through the journey of these playoffs, gel together, find cohesion, and find the rhythm to play together as a team despite their various backgrounds for the Overpowered Youth.
Yeah, it is pretty much a team that was kind of formed with the intention of kind of a little bit of having fun, but also with the hopes of proving themselves as new names in the scene. We've got Pyrex that is coming to the mix. I think he's a pretty prospective player in the local scene. We've also got Teddy, who is also another cracked player. I think in the open qualifiers that I watched Paddy, there was he pulled off one of the most craziest flicks that I've seen. So hoping to see some sort of replication of that maybe here today. So very excited to see what we have between these 2.
Now, on the flip side, right, for Galaxy Rain, you know, I was kind of looking through their stats a little bit, Golden, and I like that they are very focused on their kind of agent picks. You know, a lot of these players like Roz really digs that Omen pick. Too easy for Ploy, really likes that Vice, but I'm also wanting a bit more, right? Again, we're entering those playoffs, we're entering deeper enemy territory. You have to show your agent flex. And speaking of deeper enemy territory, we've got that best of 3 map picks and bans ahead of us. What have we got, Golden?
Well, we've got pretty nice maps in my opinion. I do kind of enjoy this current map pool, this map rotation.
As well.
We don't really have too many boring map vetoes, and we've always got something interesting. And I think in this map veto that we have right here, we've got Bind, Split, and Corrode. Bind being picked by Overpowered Youths, Split being picked by Galaxy Racer, Galaxy Rain. And yeah, I do really like this. Overpowered Youths did show quite a bit of competence on Bind. Didn't really get to see too much of GXR, so excited to see what they've been cooking up here on Split. And of course, Corrode, one of the newest maps in the map pool. Really love to see that as the decider as well.
I'm just gonna take a pause here, Golden, and be so ecstatic for the current map pool. Like you said, this is the first time that Lotus as well as Ascent, at least for me personally, is not in a tournament map pool, and I'm here for it, my guy. I'm so here for it. I am kind of done, but I'm glad there's new changes here, new color schemes, new ways to play around. Breeze is back in the map pool, obviously not going to be showcased here. It's a quick ban right off the rip from OPY. I'm not surprised at all given the changes so recently reintroduced. It's no surprise that maybe some teams just opt to ban that out right at the bat because they don't want to have to deal with rediscovering new strats and figuring out how to deal with that. So that's fair. What I'm a little bit surprised is actually the split pick from GXR, right? GXR actually, like you said, didn't really play split a lot during the OQs. They ran a lot of Corrode, so they should be happy with that decider. But they ran Abyss as well as Pearl, and they pretty much dominated in those aspects. So a little excited to see what they want to bring onto split. Perhaps is them kind of like hiding their power until now the playoffs, and bringing that true form onto the screen here.
Yeah, the only thing that I can really think of is, OPY. They themselves lost on split up against Encrypt Esports. So maybe sensing a little bit of a weakness there. At the same time, I think Galaxy Rain are a team that really just play to their strengths. Like, they have a lot of belief in themselves. They've stayed as a core for how many years at this point, I'm not even sure. But they've gone the distance. They know how to play split. This is a map that has been pretty historic in Valorant's entire existence, right? So you're not going to be too unfamiliar with that map. It really comes down to how you play it and how well you perform on that map as a team. And Galaxy Rain, they've done their due diligence. They are coming in full force. They do their preparation. I've seen them play in previous tournaments as well. They have great ideas. They have great strats. And I'm very excited to see what they bring in store for us here on Split. But before we jump into the games here today, Multitudes, I have to ask you, what are your predictions coming into this matchup?
So I believe I predicted for Galaxy Rain, and I think the graphic will be up here shortly. I put that in yesterday, so I hope my memory still serves me. But I've I know it'd be terrible if it was off. But yeah, I'm for Galaxy Rain right now. I think that they have their fundamentals are great, and if they can continue to play together as a team, I'm sure they'll kind of win it out as they have been doing so in OQ. So my vote is on Galaxy Rain so far. Golden?
For me, I did put in my prediction yesterday, and that was under the assumption that Zesbu was going to be playing. But now we've got Kestrel in the mix, so I'm not too sure at this point, but I did go for overpowered youths. So we'll see. Is Kestrel going to be a little bit of an upgrade in terms of the firepower? Is overpowered youth going to be lacking a little bit of the IGL department that Zesbu provides, right? He has been that veteran player that has made all the way to Team Secret in Tier 1. I played with teams and against teams of that caliber. He brings that experience. Now that they don't have him, is that firepower in Kestrel going to be enough to supplement that little bit of a discrepancy?
I like that, Golden. But hey, you gotta commit. You can't use Kestrel as your out right now. You gotta say, yes, I'm all in for this. I'm all in for use, alright? Commit, dig deep.
I am committing. I didn't change it. I just, have to give a little bit of caveats, right? That is the context that this game does bring to the table. We'll have to see how that one pans out. But again, Kestrel, I think, is... And that's why I didn't say it's necessarily a downgrade or anything like that, right? It's more of like an alternate type of playstyle. He brings great firepower, fantastic skill in terms of playing this game. So it really comes down to how the team plays and, if they're going to be able to make the most out of each of their players and their roles.
We actually also had the opportunity of expanding this prediction pool to the other 4 casters as well. There's 6 of us in total, and it looks like, there are four casters opting for OPY. Me and Lots are kind of leaning towards GXR, so those are the odds right now. May the odds honestly be in your favor. The first kind of matchup of the RoSEA region, I mean, I'm so excited. They have a lot to prove, and I think that this stage is the first one to prove themselves on.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams hit the road, right? Because we haven't really seen these two teams face off against each other historically, even if you go back a couple of years. It's relatively brand new, overpowered youths, and I think this is going to set the tone for the entire playoffs, right? We've got 2 teams that are really trying to prove their worth, especially for Galaxy Rain. So if they get this ball running, if we can see good strategies and ideas coming through, then this entire playoffs, I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as we might think, right? Motive, obviously, favorites in their own rights. Unsigned 5, have to say, another team that's really strong. But, if these 2 teams can show up good today, we can have that conversation where it could get a lot tighter at the top.
I 100% agree. I know that a lot of people are, kind of strolling into Twitch chat right now, into YouTube chat, be sure to pop in your predictions and who you are kind of gunning for. I see, LFG Cambodia, some, strong Cambodian support. That's good. That is good. I love it. I mean, I'm for the Cambodians folks, despite me being from the Singapore region. But I think there's some gameplay that is, well deserving from their perspective. So we'll have to see. And I like the mix as well. The fact that it's a full kind of Cambodian roster versus a full Singapore roster. This is really rest of SEA right now, right? This is almost nationalistic pride on the line here, Golden, if you can say so, if you can say the least.
Yeah, I do know the manager, which is Cloudy for Galaxy Raid, and he has been championing this squad for God knows how long. He has made tournaments, organized it from scratch in Cambodia.
Wow.
And he's been consistently supporting this team. So they've been grinding a lot over the past few years, even though they themselves don't technically have a region up until now. So I'm really excited to see if they can rise up to the challenge, right? Because this is where it matters. They've got players like Too Easy for Ploy and Park as well, who was one of the top rated players coming in from the open qualifiers. So yeah, a lot of prospects, but when it comes down to it, it's whether you can perform on the server under the brightest lights.
I agree. Colin, what do you think are some of the big agents that you think are going to be reoccurring themes here for the rest of Split 1 that we have on rest of SEA?
Yeah, great question. I do believe that we're going to have a lot of Euro action. I mean, even if you look at Tier 1, right?
Yes.
A majority of the teams that are in that upper bracket and haven't lost in the kickoff tournament are teams that have a top 3 Yoru on their squad, across all regions. Only a very few select teams don't have that. So I think that's going to have a little bit of a trickle down effect, right? Because players in Tier 2, they're going to look up to the Tier 1 players and see how they make the most out of this agent that, to be honest, at this stage, at this time, even Tier 1 teams aren't really playing him to its full potential. Yoru is a really complex character and brings incredible high heights in terms of the skill ceiling and potential, but at the same time, if you don't know how to use it, if you don't have players to make the most out of his kit, then you're just gonna kind of look like fools, right? Just throwing random Yoru stuff out and hoping something sticks.
That's me on a regular ranked day, Colden. But so I think that I'm a strong Waylay believer, at least for this kind of meta that's coming in. I feel like when Waylay first came out, it was a little bit softly received by the community, and not until, honestly, like I want to say middle of 2025, when Tier 1 teams really understood, like, okay, what are the gameplay advantages and utility advantages that Waylay can bring to the table. Basically, using it like a human Sova Dart is what is the kind of new arc trend, right? You get in there with your light speed, you refract, you get some information, and hopefully your partner swings with you on a timely basis to get that kill. So I mentioned this because you talked about Park, and Park's been rocking Waylay so many times, and would be very exciting to see GXR on rocking the Waylay on their maps as well. But hey, right now we've got that first map coming up. It's going to be Bind, one of the most defensive-sided maps that we have in today's map pool, and the agents that these players are locking in right now.
Interesting. Anything that catches your eye, Mr. Multitudes?
Not quite yet. I think I'm still scanning it. We've got Euros on both sides. Park's rocking the Waylay. Sure, that's not too shabby. But the double duelist from OPY, okay, very interesting, right? The First Love on Raze, classic for First Love, has rocked the Waves a fair number of times, and but I'm actually leaning towards the double duelist that GXR has put together. I think with the teleports that Bind has as its map gimmick, right? Both Waylay as well as Yoru can really play with the hearts and minds of your enemy. So I love to see that come true.
All right, we're getting started. We've got our players in the server. I've missed this type of feeling. It's been a while since we've had challenges here in Southeast Asia, so love to get back into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, it's counting down right now. 5 seconds before we kick things off right now. I mean, it's got OPY on the attack just to be able to poke and prod around these areas real quick. But hey, slow start for OPY, right? Despite
On my mark. Bring them down.
Cutting through. Molly.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Cage trigger.
Last player standing. Okay, where was I?
I need a drop.
I need to blow something up.
Guys, a little bit of a tech pause for us. Jumping back into things. Hopefully you guys can hear and see everything, as do we. But yeah, first round, the Galaxy Rain are already gonna take up that pistol. And already losing their first pick though. Why? Somehow managing to find that showers.
yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a 3-stack into showers now, diving straight into the chaos. They want to use their mana advantage to outweigh their arsenal disadvantage, and hopefully it pans out for them.
30 seconds left.
That spike planted now does
Spike
GXR. As they get that down though. Oh, INF actually gonna pick up a double
One
kill.
enemy
Kestrel
remaining.
as well. The Guardians sing. And it's just the last player in towards the U-Haul. Boy, he's not gonna be able to find anything more
Weapon
than
here.
that. 3 players still
Tequila.
standing.
Thank you.
And yeah, OPY gonna be walking away with the second round victory.
Yeah, pretty good recovery from GXR, despite, losing that first player from a stampede of pistols in showers, but able to, remain cool, calm, and collected on the A side. Deny that spike plant as well, which means this, just short of 300 credits per player on the opposition side. So a great recovery.
Yeah, just a little bit of heads up. GXR and OPY are swapped, so OPY are the ones on the defense.
Cutting through.
GXR are on attack. So
You
I thought
are
that
right.
I thought that the attacking team actually somehow got a pick first, you know, to kick off that round. I was a bit surprised, but hey, normalcy has been returned to the server. Jump back in towards this bonus for GXR. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
bonus for OPY. I'm still mixed up.
That's right. No, we gotta have those mental switches right now on the HUD as OPY hold the defense, leaving the Sentinel in play. You know, the utility being dealt with in that far corner of B. Not sure how much they saw, perhaps just Spectre. But it's gonna be just farming those orbs, getting that dimensional drift online.
As they're creeping back over towards B. Stack still quite heavily on towards that A side though. Prowler, just to find a little bit of information, Raw's gonna make his presence known, but at the same time, GXR they're committed on this attack.
Cutting through.
Yeah, so it's quite slow actually for GXR, not really wanting to explore and get information, but here comes the flash in, and Spectre's pretty deep into enemy territory. INF from Hookah will deal with that
30
intrusion.
seconds left.
That's the site itself. INF still just gonna hold down his fort as the rest of the team retake the site, but nice movement coming in from Floyd. Flamethrower with the pistols, gonna pick up a double kill in the site itself. That allows him for the flood. Kestrel with one more. The classic in his hands, gonna find the last player in towards Hookah. That is a bonus round easily. Following the wayside for GXR.
Impressive stuff for OPY. Yes, OPY, who got the bonus there. Sorry, we're still getting our hits round the HUD there. But I gotta call out that mid-side smoke, right, from the Brimstone. I feel like those are underrated pieces of utility that allow for the defensive to come back in with the retake even
Give me a
before
challenge,
that plant
yeah.
comes down, right? INF, yeah, did that part to hold down the fort in Hookah, but yeah, that smoke's just allowed Pyrex to really get their head in the game. And INF want to get challenged a bit more. We'll have to back out, especially with the way they're hot on their heels, decides to gather up into elbow instead. This time, rather wanting to give this site for themselves, but they didn't realize that Flamethrower and INF are just around the corner.
One enemy remaining.
Just running straight through. Flamethrower though, they can't displace him and he's just gonna hold down his fort then towards long. He even picks up an orb just cause he knows there's no chance for Spectre to find anything more. Teddy, the final conversion. And this anti-eco going swimmingly for OPY.
I don't know if that orb was picked up. I think Teddy might have dropped the final kill a little too fast, but regardless, I mean, I don't know. I think we got off that. We got it off right at that tail. It could have been, it could not have been. Not quite sure, but in either case, they are min-maxing as much as they can, and that is the tenacity I think that they're bringing to the server.
Yeah, speaking about tenacity, it's 4-0 already. OPY with just a substitute player already doing this kind of damage on their on their map pick. This is great for signs of life. Shower stick coming through from GXR. Claw back a little bit of map control down.
And they're doing good, yeah. They're doing good to continue getting extremity control. Although, yeah, I do see that Yoru on the backside on that B long, just walking up, obscured by a trip. Not sure that the Great Crash. No, Great Crash already deployed. Looks like they might redeploy it to get past the trip. Meanwhile, Cass, playing with fire around their smoke here.
But because of the Yoru's position, they know it's gonna be an A-side finish. Ploy though catches Teddy on the flank. Castro answering with one more back, but the commitment has already been through. Yoru ultimate in towards the side itself. Spectre tries to get out of it. Flamethrower is gonna catch him on the exit. And that is the instant call for the pivot. Takes the teleporter. It's the trip on the B side, so that calls for rotations of OPY. A bit of a leg look coming in from that A side. Clumsy is left alone. And with the spike in hand, he might just do the around the world play. Cops a boatload of damage, but takes the teleporter yet again. Ploy deep in enemy territory, but First Love very aware of that potential. Gonna catch him on his advance. Flamethrower for a final kill. And OPY still on this winning streak.
Holy, I mean 5-0 it is. Jerix, I mean, did a pretty decent play at those last few moments. 2 versus 3, decided to double teleport around the world, especially because the Cypher had already getting so much early space. But you're right, it's just the intuition, that map understanding of how, you know, some of these lurks might be working around, catching that Cypher on the slow walk through basically CT spawn. Yeah, I mean, I'd call a timeout sooner than later. That 5-0 is not a good feeling to be had.
Galaxy Reina just struggling to find that sort of groove that they really wanted to get things started off, right? This is not the start you want at all, especially if you are so-called the underdog team. Kind of the equal round this time, but Castro's gonna give them the fight they want. And they're just looking for more. Flamethrower takes the teleporter, gets instantly domed out of the server. Lovely stuff coming in from GXR, but it's still a 2 versus 3. Now Neural Theft being used from INF just to find out these positions, and the last 2 players confirmed into our showers.
I mean, Galaxy, I'm sorry, clumsy, absolutely demonic, right? With those sheriff shots, even through the teleporter, just as the other Fade reappeared. Bit of a Fade diff right there. They're going to be able to, I believe, pick up some guns, but look at this late push from INF, right? Now position known, no noise being made from A short, so it's just showers, and they're trapped, held by this this outlaw.
And INF is just playing for containment, right? Oh, but the scan is great.
Ooh.
Actually able to detect both players, and might allow him to get the spec mounted. No. Opts for it differently. Just want to take the fight straight on Clumsy with a triple kill, but First Love in the smoke, and INF eventually makes his presence known. So OPY again, a little bit dicey, but they still recover in the end.
The idea was there, right? Spotted 2 with the nice scan from the Haunts. Decided to press the advantage because you don't know where INF was to loop around, but unfortunately couldn't last too much longer towards that tail end. You know, especially because a lot of them are already low HP from so much damage bleed throughout this round. So 6-0 runs that scoreline. I mean, GXR have a couple of very strong ultimates on board. They'll really possibly make a showing out of it.
They've got to find their groove. I would have loved a timeout, you know, somewhere within this first 6 rounds, but hey, let's see if they've gotten them to pick this because eventually no one there to break that prowler, so Teddy will just tank it, not reveal that his op is in play.
Smart move so far. I mean, nice flash just to be able to delay the inevitable. That is going to be a GXR push.
Cutting through.
Gonna fall back here.
To the side we go. Park instantly dashes straight across. No one's within the side though. It's a bit of a retake setup. Now he's got his conversion paths. They want to be aggressive. Take control over elbow. Spam through. No conversion just yet. INF marks his angle, but Spectre crouches back into it. And here it comes. They're all stunned up around the corner. Spectre will catch onto Teddy. They're taking the fight straight towards the spawn. Orbital strike just to delay the retake even further. 4 versus 3. The best GXR has looked so far. Crossfire is being set up as well. Floyd marking out his angle. No, gets bested by Kestrel instead. The full flood comes through. Kestrel on a rampage. Triple kill already for his name. Chops down the sky smokes. A quad in the feed. The substitute of Kestrel finding the ace. No, not just yet. Roz puts a hold to it. 1v1, a flamethrower in the smoke, just stick it to the fuse, and Roz will call the bluff. Peek straight in, but a 1v2 clutch to get GXR that first round.
As close as it got, and GXR managed to put their first tier on the board. Honestly, on the hands and shoulders was Kestrel really trying to fight it back, especially because, you know, we've used that convergence path on the hindrance so far deep in CT spawn. Great smokes, great aims from Kestrel, but unfortunately, you know, you can't really put the entire team's efforts on a single person's back. So right now, timeout call from GXR. They want to break the momentum of OPY and use that win to continue them forward here.
Ooh. Pretty interesting to take time out after their first win. You know?
Yeah, that was
contrary to what you'd kind of expect, but hey, they got their first round, that's what matters.
It might be an interesting coach situation where you can move into a timeout saying, yes, that's exactly what we want. We want a bit more aggression. We want a bit more of that extremity play, right, from themselves, especially because, you know, they were dual way into smokes, right? You don't want to hold yourself purely on that B side, especially because Kestrel's got those mid-side smokes that allow for those flood retakes. No, you take around the corner, you push your way as an attacker through elbow, and that's, I think, how they got a lot of the advantage there.
Yeah, if you just, you know, I mean, that would be one way for a coach to call, right? You guys are doing great.
You guys, yeah, that was great. Do that again.
What you just did here again. All right.
Oh,
OPY though, hey,
wait.
taking a bit of a page out of the very aggressive down a flash straight in. Somehow Ross gets double, but Teddy gets one better. Triple kill found. Spectre misses that crucial up shot. Now stuck in a corner, no teleport to his name. Just gonna mark it down. Teddy respects him, creeps around the corner, extending ploy, and all just like that. Cerebral play from Teddy, the aggression and the skill to back it up.
That is amazing, right? Teddy just had the right intuition. You see that? No, just waiting for the peak, and then with nothing of the sort coming their way, decides to get too easy for ploy. Instead, just creeping from tunnels behind them. That's the intuition that can't be taught, ladies and gentlemen. That's amazing stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe don't do what you just did. You know, maybe that's
That's right. Don't do that. Win instead is the call here. As once again, extremity control is what GXR are really trying to work. Got up, he's kind of talking about that shit. They realize corner has to be no, but first put their foot down and get the beautiful triple. Kess is right there with them, and this round is long gone out of their grasp now.
Yeah, you can see the confidence brewing for OPY. I think at this point, these last couple of rounds, the individuals have so much deadly potential to multi-frag. This time it's First Love's turn, and he'll easily collect, you know, the trail of eco players coming through showers one by one. Yeah, the Waylay dashes in, but is unable to get that the saturate down. Has to recall, and First Love just catches the next couple of players just trickling through the smoke.
Yeah, and then, you know, from an Ultimate's perspective, OPY continue to have like two very game-changing showstopper plus dimensional drift that hopefully GXR are going to be able to bait out a little bit, right? Especially because now they're walking basically into a very stacked B site. We've got, you know, Sentinel plus your key players, your Yoru, who starts things off with a beautiful operator shot.
Yeah, Teddy on his line. He will not miss these type of sitters. Even searching for more, and GXR, what utility do you have to abate this? It's gonna be the dimensional drift instead, but Teddy's still holding his ground, has to get out of harm's way, and teleport just in time to get him through that smoke, jumping down, Spectre! That's a double kill, that's more like it. Great entries coming through, but guess who's still here? The rat himself. INF has not moved a muscle, and now First Love with the rocket. It's gonna miss clumsy though, but Kestrel, save hands there, flash in, rain of almost successful on that one. Spectre with the triple, but INF again, the trades have been divine. Well, it comes down to a 1v1. It's still another round for OPY.
They're just carrying on your rampage right now. Teddy with a beautiful start. INF completely uncontested here. Camera still left up in a beautiful overwatch basically of the entire B site. And because uncontested, Inhuka could just play the time, get some nice distraction crossfires away from the plant, and that's your 9th round over and done with.
Yeah, just as fast as it starts, it ends. Teddy, again, gotta be the first man on contact up against GXR. Through the smoke. Oh, it's a whiff shot. Too many targets to choose from, and instead it's a teleporter play coming in from OPY. They want to just take the fight straight on. Orbital Strike actually gonna catch onto Park. Spectre trying to go for the flank on the flank, and backs our turn. This is a great opportunity, but the smoke causing a little bit of disarray for the time being, playing the trigger, hoping to find that second play. Eventually has to catch onto Flamethrower, teleport straight out of there.
They found my
These
wire.
notes, First Love is still in.
One enemy remaining.
Have to find out the second play, and that they do. Kestrel out of the equation instantly. Beautiful shots being hit by GXR. It's a 3 versus 1. First Love to jump out of the hookah position. No need to give him isolated 1v1s. How does First Love dance around this? He will not. Ploy with the conversion of the last. It's a thrifty round of all things to get GXR back on the board.
We'll take it. I mean, thrifties are thrifties are thrifties. We've seen that really come to fruition in some recent VCT Pacific games as well, where it's just share of rounds really making their way. And I think it lends a bit of an air to the round as well, right? GXR understanding that you're down in your arsenal, you got to play it together. We just need more of that on your buy rounds, because if you can't get those trades right, I think that's where you're losing out against some sharpshooters from OPY.
Yeah, it's time and time again. Find that kind of opening kill, but for once it goes in GXR's favor. It's the op in the hands of the Cypher of all things. This round from Teddy. I mean, he can't really step past this line in the sand, right? Ploy has made his presence known. A bit of a safer angle now.
Yeah, we've seen OPY come back from 4v5s. I mean, call back that pistol round as well.
Cutting through.
But what I'm also worried about right now is that Nightfall and that orbital strike. The combo wombo of being deafened and then hell being rained down on top of you might be a good first pick. But we'll see how Flamethrower, rather Pyrex, wants to play this. Prowler does spot, I think, at least a single player presence known. And they're trying to bait out some like movement of those the footsteps, but I don't think anyone's close enough to hear that just yet. Although, here comes the Nightfall in response, just to be able to delay it a little bit more.
Oh, Teddy, gotta find a double kill. I don't know how he was able to get that disappear. Shout out to the gate crash. And now he spotted out the last 3 players. Gets out of harm's way, goes back in for second dippings. Ross there, keep him honest, 2 versus 2. Anything's possible now. GXR desperately looking for the 3rd round to give them a chance here. Roz and okay, gotta just take the teleporter. Both of them heading straight towards this A site instead. 10 seconds left after getting the spike planted. Headshot angle for Roz is beautiful. INF gets popped like a balloon, and it's all on Takeshi, the substitute player, and Clumsy instead will just take the hit on Fight. Crack open that 3rd round for GXR.
Yeah, and that's the half, 9-3. If you're religious for GXR, now's the time to pray to those Valorant gods for a bit of a curse action. But, you know, a slow start, honestly, for the GXR folks. Mongolian team definitely needs to... No, sorry, Cambodian team definitely needs to figure out what they can do next year on their defense half. They've got basically kind of the same-esque composition. Instead of that raise, it is the waylay, so it is double duelist through and through, and I expect them to continue to want to use aggression to take extremity space, but we'll see what they have cooking in store for us.
Alright, swapping off the sides. Double duelist still on both. The only main difference that we've seen so far is kind of like the Yoru and the waylay. Sorry, no, the raise and the waylay. Right, the Rays have been able to shut down quite a lot of those executes with the paint shells, controlling space. But now that the Waylay is on the defense, right, I'm curious to see how GXR want to use that agent, because it can be a little bit clunky on that defensive side.
Yeah, I think the idea is there. You saw them try to do that execute on your attack side in showers, and I think perhaps the timing wasn't there, because obviously it was First Love that absolutely gunned them down. But I think if they can improve the swing timings of their opponents, which hopefully we see a little bit of action here as 3 of them all cluttered up in hookah. That might be interesting to see how they really hone in on Park's movements with that light speed.
Definitely so. Interesting to see how the setups are gonna be for INF as well. It's a bit of a common saying, I guess you could say, in our region that, hey, if you don't know where INF is, turn around. Right, this guy loves to lurk. So we'll see if he brings that kind of playstyle here for Bind, because it is that type of map, right, where lurks can be really essential, especially if you wanna have some cheeky teleporter plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gimmick about Bind, you know, no mid space. Basically a 2x2, 2 channels up to 2 sites each, with teleporters that bring extremities closer to each other. So it is smart, and I'm actually really hoping that, you know, we can use that waylay to refract around teleporters. Really let them think about where some of these players are, where some of the defensive players are, especially looking at you, Yoru, I'm looking at you, Waylay, to be able to keep you know, OPY guessing about the defensive whereabouts.
Well, no need to guess. We're gonna jump straight into the action. GXR on this aggressive push on the defensive side. In for a little bit of info gathering. Doesn't see anyone outside of hookah, so gonna quietly slink back.
Slowly but surely, you know, like I think it's OPY kind of taking a page out of how GXR played their pistol round, slow but steady, not wanting to overcommit so far. Just farm some orbs and go along Hollywood. Spot one, swing out, will catch Clumsy, and once again, it's just teammates not fast enough to be able to get that trade. So leaves, you know, one advantage, although another one has been dropped. Oh, another one has been dropped, I believe.
Smoke? Wait, that smoke is... Look at the minimap. I don't know what's
I see it, I see it. Yeah, a bit of a misclick on the iPad.
Yeah, maybe a bit frantic. Still, man advantage to GXR. Sorry, not man advantage, it's the even keel, 4-4.
Even, yeah.
But with all the players from OPY heading towards this A site, just the Yoru and the Cypher here for this defense ploy. Been a star player for this team for quite a while. See if his Cypher plays can match up.
They found my wire.
The fourth OPY, it's a shorty in hand.
30
Easy
seconds
on the
left.
Teddy, pops the cage, but somehow Flamethrower just gonna pop him straight through. Blindsided, but still able to get that kill and evens up the numbers yet again. Spike gets planted. Post plant positions being assumed.
Launching
from
smoke.
OPY. Aggressive is Castro here within the site itself. Being to form some sort of crossfires of INF. Molly comes in. Slow creep up from GXR. Clearing their corners, doing the due diligence at INF. It's not a great timing. Oh, but with shots though. And creeping out of the smoke. Eventually
find
gets
you.
caught. Kestrel there with the trade. 2 versus 2 HP of concern
One
for this
enemy
defensive
remaining.
side. As Kestrel still living in their heads, in their walls. Triple kill as he stays within the site and closes out the round.
2 for 2 pistols under the belt. Double digits for OPY. Great start from their perspective, right? Not overstaying their welcome at any point in time, no, testing a little bit or farming along B, but then finally making the way onto the A site with some great trades, some great crossfires around triple. I will question though why they didn't get rid of the camera from Cypher. That was on. That was basically a CCTV recording, a movie of sorts. Watching 3 of them slurk into A. That was yeah. Maybe the sound effects weren't loud enough.
Yeah, it's been nerfed quite heavily already, but hey,
It has.
might need to send them some new headsets, perhaps. But regardless, GXR need to hear it to have a good read, right? They've got 4 players here on this B side. It's the right call, time being, but OPY, they're not gonna just jump the gun.
Yeah, I'd imagine that GXR, you know, on your kind of save round, you'd go for some sort of aggressive push, which is exactly what Spectres did. Did we see the corner of Kestrel? I think we have, but now worried about this long-range fight from First Love manages to still bring out the Guardian in the nick of time and shuts down the flank. So that's A site completely ready and ripe for the taking.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaking death for GXR, because that means the A side is free for the
There.
taking. No one's there. It's a full retake setup. 3 players coming in from this flank. Pyrex marking the angle, but just gonna swap it out for the better weapon in INF. Look at the farm. Instead, goes down, just a double kill, but hey, feed the kills over to a duelist, the guy with the crazy good ultimate.
enemy remaining.
Pyrex just gonna look for the last one, and player disconnected from the action. Clumsy all the way. Let's have it. Try his best. But again, Teddy is too sharp for this one. Damage done, but still 4 players stand for OPY. That's
Remember
11
to
on the
talk to
board.
each other out there.
Yeah,
We
tough pill to
communicate.
swallow right now for GXR, right? You're 11-3, you obviously have to buy into your bonus, but with the bonus not going your way in the first half, you'll have to make dramatic changes into the second. I mean, dramatic change indeed, right? They basically tried a bit of a triple flank from the back. It's just that when it didn't quite pan out with the arsenal that they had, so hopefully they bring the firepower now with their bonus.
It'll be a much needed round for GXR, as have been the last couple of rounds, to be honest. Chow is easily controlled by OPY. No contest just yet. And OPY is seeing a little bit of weakness. A teleport from Spectre. He has the kick crash to get out of harm's way if required. Indeed, control now being garnered by Clumsy. That is a lovely pick off of INF, but that also confirms it's gonna be this A-side
They found my
commitment.
wire.
Get planted, tripwire activated, but oof, A little bit of a nerf there in terms of the utility. You can see why. Unable to get that frag. Spike still get to get planted though. Park as the smokes drop. So does Teddy. Pick. Isolate one more. Park still a rampage. Park with the triple. And just like that, it's a flawless round of GXR. They don't drop a single player. Park. Just tippy tapping. Finding all those kills as required.
Finding their groove. Park, manages to get a nice 3k to their name. But unfortunately, I'm not quite convinced yet, Colden. A lot of the wins that GXR have brought to the board for Bind have been based on the backs of heroics, like you just saw. Park finding those hits when required. But I'm looking for a bit more right now, and they can press the advantage. I think it's likely that GXR, well, fourth round of the second half, GXR probably has guns to their name. You can play it nice and slow here, looking for those long-range angles. They're forming the orbs right now. Already showstopper online for First Love, which is a big one to crack open this A site.
And again we go. It's not really guarded in the front part, but boy, down long range up from the heavens, gonna pit down one of the players. Retake has to be called for. This time is a bit of a split push. We've got 3 players in towards spawn. A late look in the form of Flamethrower, aka Pyrex, here in towards Showers. First Love on duty. Has to mark that down. The rest of the retake has to come in first. Dash in from the waylay. Finally, First Love needs to come up clutch, but doesn't find a single kill. Park, the close range shorty is gonna be good enough, and despite at it, or towards CT, that's not ideal. Teddy has to peek into multiple angles, and Clumsy with an easy close as well. GXR capitalize on the mistakes of OPY.
Yeah, I'm really finding the groove. I love the teleport play. They tried to maybe mask the double teleport with Clumsy following the clone of Yoru through Showers, but First Love, even though kind of had that intuition, it was Clumsy that was able to really crack open, especially because it's Waylay on the other side of Park, just making waves with the light speed and the refract. Plus the jumping into U-Haul with the shorty. I mean, it's great stuff from a retake perspective, and I think that's the communication and tightness we need from a defensive round.
Well, speaking of a little bit of a tightness, this is a very focused bit of a trap play setup. It's not gonna find anything though. GXR almost kind of wastes that waylay out, doesn't find any success whatsoever. And they're just gonna jump straight into the fight. That's more like it. GXR, finally a little bit of confidence.
Spike down.
The fight's to OPY instead. Drops the spike. And it's just left with the last 2 players isolated from each other. INF on a little bit of a search. It's evaded one of the tripwires, but there's a camera right around this corner, so cannot really push too much further ahead. Oh, here's the timing.
I think they do. I think they've realized once the camera's off, you have like a second before it might come back on. So the lurk through CT spawn, it will be INF that finds the drop on to too easy for Ploy. And suddenly, maps opened up a little bit more.
Yeah, INF's pick
30
was
seconds
pivotal.
left.
That gets them access towards the site. Gonna drop in the smokes, bring that spike over. This is a 2 versus 4, mind you. OPY gonna do some cheeky business here. Spike goes down, ult available for Kestrel. Orbital strike in play. It actually gets away from INF, leaving INF to his lonesome.
Last player
out.
standing.
Running player, but Ross, lovely stuff, swings up from heaven. He's got a utility in the hands of Kestrel. Molly lineup has been sent. Orbital strike next on the cards, but he has to thin out the numbers first. Label on the first kill, and yeah, not gonna be able to give a second chance. Clumsy. Comfort easily, so 3 versus 2 goes swimmingly for GXR. Only tightening up this gap.
A bit of a shame there, right? Like, yes, the orbital strike was online, and INF chose to try and thin out the herd a little bit and showed their cards perhaps a little too early against the retakers. And it was just not enough time for that molly to deter the retake from that perspective. So, timeout called by Pyrex. Not liking what they see. Just need the momentum a bit more on their side to close out the scoreboard for themselves. Because honestly, GRX having a bit of a fun time themselves. Apart from that, that waylay ult that was thrown onto B-Long. We're not going to talk about that. But everything else so far in the last 3 rounds has been pretty darn good.
Yeah, that way I'll be maybe a little bit scared because the timing was really off, to be honest. But you can see the conviction from GXR. They really wanted to take that fight, and they knew that OPY were gonna be playing there, so I like the idea. But Multitudes, what do you think GXR could do, right, to slowly come back into this one? Because OPY, now they're taking a timeout, you expect them to do something creative with the ults they have.
They are, right? They've got, obviously the dimensional drift, maybe try to work some maps. We actually have the luxury of seeing some red pings on that B side as they set their sights perhaps on the left side of the map here, but and it doesn't look like they're gonna have strong weaponry either, so perhaps just whittle down the economy of GXR. But to your point, I think GXR at this point in time, knowing that OPY is probably on a save round, need to chill out a little bit, right? Use the long-range weapons for their advantage, play together. I kind of see them on that B long, which is the right thing to do. But I'm also worried about that showstopper from First Love. If they can rightly locate that triple stack, it's a bit of a doom situation.
Speaking of Doom,
oh jeez,
this one might be for OPY if they don't be careful. Spectre gonna catch them unawares. Spike has been compromised, double kill found. That's the kind of proactiveness that you love to see from GXR. They take the fights again.
Spike
to
down.
OPY.
Last player standing.
Unawares. INF goes next. And one by one, the dominoes fall. OPY, they have all their ults up, but only a single player still standing tall, lying in the solo. It's First Love.
Nothing's
Not gonna
perfect.
be able to find
but
anything. Flawless run
that
coming from
was
GXR.
perfection.
Lovely stuff from them.
Lovely indeed, right? Play that long-range weapons advantage. Don't go into hookah. Don't go into showers where it's, just a little bit more claustrophobic, and use those long sight lines for your advantage. Exactly how Spectre worked it. And now's the scary part though, right? Like GXR actually didn't pull out any of the ultimates from OPY, and they have a full 5 stack moving into whatever execute they have that could force a match point. And if you throw everything in the kitchen sink, something's about to stick, Colden.
Who's next?
Might be a little bit messy though. If you're just gonna throw everything and just essentially pray that something works out. But this one's not a prayer, it's sent towards his A site. Instead, they're gonna take the fight onto INF, looking across. Roz catches onto Teddy again, unaware of that potential. Showers full control over GXR. First Love with the rocket in hand.
Down A.
Fetch onto Ploy, but not before Ploy doing a boatload of damage. And again, it's First Love, last alive. And in a possible situation, the spike in Lost in the middle on that A site. And the Brimstone has evaded Showers, right? He's gone on for the around the world play, wrapped around towards short now. They're just calling a little bit of pause. They let First Love make the first move.
Yeah, GXR doing the right thing. You're stacked up double on the north side of the map. RoSEA needs the advantage, but 30 health betrays them. So First Love continues your escapade in this 1v2. There is dimensional drift that could be pulled out, but that is expensive for the side of GXR. And you'd rather just team up together and figure out First Love's plan here.
One enemy remaining.
Isolate it. Whoa. Come for the best, you best not miss. Spectre. Close, but no cigar for First Love. And again, GXR, another round win. So, what seemed like a pretty one-sided affair. GXR just alive in the second half of this event.
Last player
It's
standing.
active, it's dynamic.
Spike down.
They're hitting their shots.
I think dynamic is the word here, right? Like, at no point in time am I really able to predict what GXRs are going to be able to formulate in terms of what they do next, right? Triple down, be long, or like the Brimstone hiding around the entrance of Shower to push out at the right time. And that's really the depth of, I believe, their strat book. Did that hot catch 5 people? 4, not INF.
He's the first to die this time. Not essentially playing a lurk. He's going to take that first contact and it's going to allow them to reconvene their forces. Galaxy reign supreme here on this B site. No access granted at all. Stuck at the choke point. OPY, they're reeling. Where has their teammates gone? Both duelists go in, both get instantly shut down.
Portal closed.
You know how I started this cast, Colden, saying that Bind is one of the more defensive maps? I wasn't really imagining it like this because they're really having an absolute chokehold here now. I believe both members spotted. Yep, noted. Look at this, like, pseudo high-low, the swing out. Beautiful from Rosin. Just to be able to find the marks, and we pull ourselves back up to a 2-round game.
Okay, yeah, hey, your analysis is correct, Mr. Multitude. It's very defender-sided. Especially, even though there's two guys on each squad, right? Pirates gets a lucky kill through the smoke, but other than that, it's a clean sweep from GXR, 1 round away from double digits, and they themselves have the ult advantage this time around. They've got almost everything that they would want. OPY, you have in store for us here. Not sure on the economy, but see what they can muster up. It's an aggressive stance here towards Belong again, feigning a bit of presence. Instantly teleports away though, that's the Yoru. So pretending that they had a little bit of control over Long. Instead, it's a retake setup on B. OPY just full send it again. They don't want to have any business here. Oh, first love gets caught. What beautiful util the seas, and the orbital strike will mean his demise. Lovely opening kill for GXR. They try to answer back the OPY. They've used the Nightfall, but they haven't found anything just yet. Spectre in his drift. He's trying to spot all these players. Clumsy notes a couple of players in towards elbow. Drops in a molly though. Cuts them off, ball, but instead they get crunched on. Spectre and Clumsy. Beautiful pincer catches onto the elbow players, and OPY know it themselves. There's no chance in this round. It's a 2 versus 5. The spike is gone. This is 10 for GXR.
Double digits from 3 to 10. I mean, this is the climb of the century here. This is only map 1, by the way. We're not even done with it, and yet my heart is absolutely racing with the way that the Cambodians are playing. They understand the macros. I feel like they're reading OPY right now like a bit of an open book on their attack side. Right, OPY going for very classic structures, right? Not really trying to veer or maybe do some, orb collection on B and then move over to A. They've really put their forces on one side of the map or another, and that's maybe a bit too easy to read right now.
Bit telegraphed.
Don't miss me too much.
This time, Long gets his presence known to get out of harm's way. Gets hit by the Prowler though. Swarmed upon, but eventually just goes back in. Arc, what? That is incredibly risky. Pays with his life, and is that a chance for OPY to get back into this conversation? It's a big fight back aside. OPY wins out both of these duels through the boxes. Catches onto first love. Thanks to the anchor, GXR have an advantage here in this late round situation. Flamethrower thrust in towards this clutch. 1 versus 2, tap of the spike. Inciting a little bit. Went over eager step. Isolates the first fight, but it's ploy to bail his teammate out of harm's way. It's a dink, but it's not gonna be good enough.
Alright, there's a fine line, Colden, between confidence and ego, and I think we saw a little bit of that with the operator player pushed up all the way onto A short. If not for the likes of Too Easy for Ploy, just being an absolute anchor, using, that intel from the hat here just to be able to spot out. Oh wait, that came before the intel! That's wild.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering as well, was there a ping of the Cypher ult or any Cypher utility? But no, it's just intuition. Too easy for Ploy really makes it seem so.
Tied back up, Colden. A high trips from Too Easy for Ploy, just to be able to catch maybe some raised satchels, but already Teddy is in U-Haul, has been compromised. This spy cam will reveal it all.
5 versus 5 though, Multitudes. This one's gonna get scrappy if I've ever seen one. We've got a late look from INF into our showers. GXR's gotta be wary of that potential. Oh, but the teleporter taken by the Yoru? It is just a clone though, so INF, you gotta be turning around, keeping his attention turned away. No, wait, that was a commitment. That was not a fake. That was a real one. I got faked as well. Orchestra now with the orbital strider coming through, marking it down. We've got a convergent path, but they didn't even get a chance to get used. Teddy just flank step right around, and just like that, a flip of the script. OPY just come alive, and they reach match point.
Match point indeed. Last round of the regulation, and it goes either way. Either for OPY and their map pick, or into overtime. And boy, I wish it's the latter right now because GXR are really finding their groove, and it would be historic to have the first map here for the RoSEA region move straight into OT.
And look at the kill distributions, multitudes. It's neck and neck. Both teams putting on numbers, putting on performances, while one round being the difference. It's do or die. Both teams with everything on the line, no ultimates available. You gotta go in what you've got. Give it everything, or live to regret it. It's a siege on this A side. It gets hit by the trip though, Teddy. Lucky to not get found just yet. Decoy. But still, GXR, they love to control over showers, and just like that, Roz finds his moment. First up now gets his ultimate. The rocket in hand yet again, looking for another successful rocket shot. Misses, goes awry, but Kestrel will be the one to pick up the pieces. Parked there with an answer. Big flank play coming through, but INF will not falter. 2 versus 3 now for GXR. They're hoping, they're trying to pull things back, but on the brink of success. OPY show why they're overpowered. 13-11. They close out their map pick after a grueling series of rounds. GXR give them a run for their money, but OPY still stand tall.
Still stand tall indeed, right? Getting their map pick under their belt. It got super dicey, and if I was their coach, I'd be sweating my pants off. But we're able to really make sure that they could put it away before entering overtime, just at that final cordon. 13-11, you know, it was 9-3 at the half, and really, it was the... I gotta give credit where credit is due, Golden. I mean, GXR played a phenomenal defensive half, and this it was the mental against them, which I think is half the battle won as well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, GXR, they got off to a really slow start, right? If they were able to get a couple of rounds early on in that first half, who knows what we might have seen towards the tail end of that map. But, you know, shout out to OPY. They really came in clutch when it mattered in the last couple of rounds. That's exactly what you need, that tenacity, that resilience to, you know, just deny opponents of their potential comeback and, hey, just yoink back that map for their own.
Yeah, I mean, they kept it a bit scrappy at the end. They basically kind of bum rushed and made sure that they could move together slowly but surely as a unit. They kept INF around the corner just to be able to provide some flank protection against slow movers like that Brimstone right that we saw at the tail end of the last round. And it was really because of some of the changes that they made towards the tail end that really put them into, map lead here in this best of 3.
Yeah, and that was just the first map of the season, multitudes. What is this gotta say for the rest of the season? You know, we're kicking off with such a banger already. Second map is gonna be that map of Split, if not mistaken. That is GXR's map pick. So, yeah, looks like we're in for a ride here.
We are in for a ride. I mean, if GXR were able to play so well on Bind, a map that we haven't seen them play a lot on at all actually in OQ, a map that is their opponent's map pick, I'd be a little worried if you're OYG, if OPY, my apologies, the youths of today, the Gen Alphas moving into Split, like how are they gonna work that? What kind of attacking and defensive structure are they gonna be bringing into this? And to be fair, like you called it, this was one of the maps that they not say stumbled upon. It went 14-12, so they did push it into overtime, but they did eventually lose on this map to another team in the open qualifiers. So it might be as an Achilles heel as it can possibly be for the overpowered youths.
Yeah, Split's gonna be an interesting one, but again, this map of Bind was just filled with so many trinkets of insight to how these teams play, right? You can see that GXR, yes, they struggle a little bit to the start, but OPY getting off to a hot start, you can see that all the individuals are firing on all cylinders, right? Even though they bring in a substitute of Kestrel, doesn't necessarily mean that their firepower is going to be lacking in any sort of way. He's put on incredible performance himself, seemingly very comfortable with the team as well. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting affair to see how GXR adapt on Split, but again, Bind, they came into their own, right? I love what they did towards the mid to late rounds of this entire map, really finding their groove, acknowledging that they need to be proactive with their setup as well, with their composition, and that's exactly what they tried to do.
And just to really nail that point in that you brought in, right, is it was supposed to be ZesBW, right, who was playing controllers on overpowered use, and obviously, you know, we didn't have that. We had Kestrel kind of fill it in, but I think you might know a bit more than me. Does Kestrel normally play controllers? Because I don't recall that this is Kestrel's forte in terms of their role.
Kestrel is like a box of chocolates, right? You never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes he he comes in with very interesting agent picks. He's been known to play quite a few agents. I think controller is pretty up there in terms of what agents he plays, as initiator, the sentinel as well. Maybe not too much on the duelist, but he has dabbled in that as well. So I would say he's kind of like that all-rounded player that you can almost just slot him in and he'll do his role, you know, just fine, or even above average, above expectation. So yeah, I think that for the role that he's playing as a controller, right, as a Brimstone, you don't really need to do too much fancy stuff in terms of utility like an initiator. But you know, as long as you have those lineups, as long as you have those post-plan protocols, I think you'll be very serviceable, and I think in this server here also exceeding that kind of expectation.
100% agree. Also want to cast our eyes now to, you know, Galaxy Rain. You know, they put on a tremendous kind of comeback in the second half. I'm also thinking about some of the plays that they really work. You know, Spectre finding a lot of great positioning, especially with the Yoru, like you said, like trying to make some noise around B long, and then basically gate crashing out of there to fake presence in different areas. Again, not sure of the efficacy, but the ideas were there. I think they're just lacking on the actual tight-knit execution part, right? We've seen some Waylay kind of light speeds that didn't quite pan out for them, especially because, like, yeah, that first love play in showers, just gunned down 3 right after that first light refract came out from Park. And I think there's some time now between map 1 and 2 for them to kind of group up, calm their nerves a bit, steel themselves for map number 2 and say, look, play tight. We've done that. When they play tight during the actual kind of light rounds, the thrifties that they do, they play tight and they play good. And I think there's more to come, especially because there's highlights show that both these teams are absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think we've got quite a lot of highlights available for this map. It's just non-stop action every single round. Yeah, and I think we've kind of laid out the tale that has been this map, right? It was a very strong start for OPY. You can see this type of round, Teddy, so many multi-kills from each player on OPY. Time and time again, they were struggling, GXR, to find those evening frags, find those trades. They got a couple towards the end, but I don't think that was enough, right? Just shy of that overtime affair. You know, pistol flips the other way, who knows?
But I gotta hand it to GXR, right? Being 9-3 down at the first half on your opponent's map pick. And to be able to like have the tenacity to hold on and say, no, folks, we've been here before, we can dig deep, you know, and really push themselves all the way up to the top is, I think, really commendable. And it speaks volumes in terms of their individual character as well as their individual kind of stamina. So I'm really expecting them to turn it to absolute 11 moving into map number 2.
Well said. Let's take a look at the eventual scoreboard between these two teams. And MVP from each squad, we've got Pyrex on OPY and Roz for GXR. I would say Pyrex kind of went under the radar for me in terms of his moments, right? But evidently, he's putting up a really, really solid game so far. Very solid on those trade frags. And utility, I think, pretty on point as well. You can see a lot of Fade Prowlers, you know, able to detect the op setups, etc. And as one of the rookie players coming in for OPY, this is a great first start to see.
It really is, right? And for those like grumbling, oh, why is it not like the Yoru or the Raze? I strongly believe that the duelists are first entries, not necessarily first killers. And so for the fact that Pyrex is able to move along with those units and get the kills or the trades with their team, I think speaks volumes in terms of how overpowered users are communicating, right? They're tight-knit, like you considered, like you said, their utility is on point, and some of those Fade haunts were extremely crazy.
Oh yeah, a lot of crazy moments. But yeah, that is the tail of the tape for Bind. That is the conclusion. 13-11, just shy. GXR, they've warmed up into us this game, so hopefully that second map is gonna look a little bit different. But yeah, we're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, it's gonna be that map 2 of Split. You guys definitely do not want to miss that one, so we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia RoSEA region here for the playoffs. First game of the day, we've concluded map number 1. It was by a very close affair of 13-11, favoring OPY. And to be fair, it was the map pick, but GXR definitely gave them a run for the money. Now, we're headed over to GXR's map pick of Split, and we're expecting some more action on Read Multitudes.
We are indeed. Splits, to quote Omen, you don't know the meaning of it. Every time I watch a Split map, I learn a little bit more, right? Because I think there are so many layers to Split from that perspective. I think in the recent terms, a lot of people have been running like double controllers just because they do want to pull, again, extremities control. That's a very common kind of choice here, as we do get to see once again the map picks for this. This is GRX map choice. Haven't seen them run this during OQ, and would be very excited. They've been hiding their cards until now, and this will be the shocking release to the world.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of composition they come up with. Buying, I think it was pretty expected, especially with the current meta, right? You've got the Yoru, you've got the Waylay that Galaxy Rain really used to its full potential. So very on meta GXR right now from the map pick in terms of compositions. OPY though, going for the Raze, a little bit more of that comfort pick. So very curious to see what they have in store for us on Split. We might see a Viper, which I feel like is almost a guarantee at this point in this meta. So
Yeah.
that would be something interesting to watch out for as well.
Yeah, I would love to see a Viper. I feel like, having that Viper, typically on the attack side, you deploy on A side, it is always trying to play with the hearts and minds of your opposition, which is what I'm always here for, right? How do you inculcate some sort of standing position of your opponents on the A side with a great wall, with a great lurk up ramps, and I think that'll be key. Now couple that with perhaps again, Yoru is not a bad pick here. Waylay I think has a lot of value, and perhaps not really Gecko, but probably a Fade, to be honest, if I were thinking about it clearly now. So a lot of options start to be locked in if you think about what some of these players are comfortable playing and what the meta is right now.
Yeah, definitely so. I think Gecko is kind of out of the picture like entirely. I think he has like a 0% pick rate in the open qualifiers. I think he's one of the few agents that have 0 pick rate. So, RIP to Gecko. I kind of wish we had a little bit more of Lil Bro. I have him in my background.
Yeah.
I can't have him in the server.
Sag.
So I have to cope somehow,
It's I actually love playing. Oh, Gecko is probably my only okay-ish initiator. So the fact that that's not really in play right now means that I'm just gonna play Sentinel the whole time. Like that's just me nowadays. So
maybe if you have the chance now, right? Maybe you can talk to Riot and ask for a little bit of a Gecko buff, perhaps. Get you back again in the server.
Yeah, give little bro a gun. Come on, let's see what we can cook up here.
Do you remember, back in the early days, Cypher's camera could...
Oh, the bug?
could
I remember that. I do remember
Imagine
that.
if Wingman could shoot. You drop a gun over and then you can command him to pick it up. Give him an off.
That's hilarious.
He holds down B long.
Oh jeez, just first shot accuracy is 100%. Nothing else is guaranteed. That'd be
He has
wild.
aimbot.
Alright. Agent selects here. Vito in play. INF hopping onto the Vito. I think we've seen INF on that Vito once.
Yes.
In OQ, I believe, right? Not the highest pick, but very situational.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it was on Corrode. And Vito has been performing pretty decently well, especially in the upper echelons to tier 1, especially up against opponents that are innately very aggressive. Right? You get a lot of value because you can stop executes with just essentially one ability. If your opponents don't play slow, don't bait out your utility, as a Vito you can almost single-handedly shut down and execute. So we'll see if that comes into fruition. Speaking of that aggressive nature, GXR opting away from the double duelist. What do you think?
I kind of like it, because now basically you have 2 initiators with great kind of clearing capabilities, which opens up yourself to do a lot more as a team, mind you, as a team, right? And so you can basically push together onto the site and then use your second initiator to push deeper, and we might see a glimpse of that right now. That Omen sitting outside B is going to be very contested. Parks diving straight into it. Holy, Fast and Furious already has been spotted out. But this mid presence is quite strong.
Yeah, I like a little bit of inquisitive nature from OPY, trying to suss out where the commitment's coming from. The mid push gets denied. That's the off back for a safer angle. Instead, they're gonna change the aggression up, re-clear towards B main. GXR now, they themselves opting for a different path of approach. Speaking of the Vito, INF needed to get that kill. Doesn't land a single shot on deploy. That's very uncharacteristic, but regardless, GXR full control over the A side. They want to go even aggressive. Peeking in towards screens, they drop in a C's. Lovely timing. Right click onto Teddy. And they've got that breach utility, aftershock to push them back even further. Crossfire set up in towards CT. GXR with 5 players still
One
standing.
enemy remaining.
In the snow makes things from bad to worse. Kestrel doesn't even get out of there. It's a flawless round so far. Flamethrower stuck at the choke point. They're even going for a knife. GXR a little bit overconfident. The stun though comes in again. Great utility from GXR. Flamethrower can find for his efforts. Absolutely nothing. GXR, what a beautiful close pistol round.
Indeed, right? No Viper on either side, but they've inserted that Cypher as a kind of a lock hold on to that A main. And then once they've made enough noise around Bs and mid, you rotate over, push our way through. And like I kind of talked about it, right? Like double initiative means you can do exactly what Rosin is doing, right? Just pushing up so far, the aftershock, just absolutely denying space. You can even do stuff like one to the knife. Alright, that's on the cards now.
I like that GXR have that little bit of cheekiness. It shows that hey, the mental is still in the game, you know, you can have a little bit of fun. Obviously, you know, still try to lock in. This is a very important game with high stakes here. You win this, already guaranteed top 4.
Nightmare's over.
You have a pretty good shot at even qualifying for groups. This time around, Park easily gonna catch on to the Inquisitive player down towards B main. That's the controller out of the picture.
Yeah, no smokes to hold back the aggression, which means both duelists are keen-eyed on this entrance. Jakes are gonna have to move a little fast though. They're being flanked pretty quickly, so onto the side we go.
Alright, will hold his ground.
One enemy
Kestrel
remaining.
gets one for his efforts, but Jakes out. Lovely discipline here. They go in together as a team with the utilities all required. INF, well, left out of the fun.
He has indeed. I'm also kind of waiting to see how that interceptor on A is gonna work out. You know, great placement. It's tucked around the corner, so no one can really see it as quickly. And so that'll be something to look forward to in the coming rounds. But for now, looking to not donate an orb to the opposing team. Maybe just drop to the spike is probably the best course of action here.
Disciplined player. Obviously, for those who might be watching for the first time, you never know. You don't want to feed your opponent's ultimate orbs, right? If they kill you, they get an ultimate orb. And you don't want that to be funneled onto a single player with a great ultimate, for example, maybe a breach in this case. So INF dying to the spike prevents that from happening. And they set themselves up for a pretty solid round because they are coming into this with full buys on their squad up against the bonus of GXR. Let's see if they can get the first round on the board.
Yeah, now we're gonna test the metal of this veto right now. Satchel in, compromises this top slope, and first level drop, which means that INF doesn't quite stand a chance either. No utility to be used. A quick headshot from that Sheriff does wonders, and that plant's already going down.
Spike planted.
There's a difference between having a veto and a Viper or a Cypher, right? If you have a Viper or a Cypher, you can put down your smokes, your cages, your tripwires, your Viper's snake bite, stop the push. INF unable to do so, gets instantly popped. 5 versus 3. Man advantage, double man advantage with GXR on this bonus round is looking really solid for them. Control, trade of utility in towards the elbow. And now that I expect the re-aggression coming in from Clumsy, cleans up shop. 3 rounds in a row now for GXR.
I mean, great start, right? If you're GXR, I mean, a bit of a taste of your medicine if you can cast your memories back to the first half of Bind. They lost the bonus, and now this is a bit of a revenge arc from their perspective, and the double initiator really working magic. Both Fade as well as the Breach huddled in that A corner, pressing out at the right time. Those flashes as well as those seizes, making quick work of the retake. That is OPY.
There.
But look at that now, you know? A bit of a change in pace from OPY. Wanting some bit of a gamble onto this A, especially because they're likely to have thrifted into round number 4. Onwards we go. INF, the sole holder on this left side of the map, being chased by a shorty. Knives out. That Spectre's not gonna do much for you. Park's gonna claim that
man.
life.
Yeah, INF just gets absolutely chased down. No stopping utility available for him. It's just an equal round, but you'd like to see that conviction from GXR. Instantly chases down the potential gap. Now with the 5 versus 4 in the post plant.
Get out of here.
Nice shot from Park. Thins out the numbers. OPY not pouncing on that for a trade. Instead, they might try to look for exits. Maybe just go, you know, for a little bit of a self-sacrifice to the spike explosion. I think that is the more disciplined play, the right play, per se.
Yeah, I think so. First exit frag will be tested, but the double peek from Fade and Raze are great. Now they actually might be chasing for some kills here, especially if they can get the showstopper online. Park's hunting for one, looking for a fourth perhaps, and absolutely gets it. Flawless round for GXR.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see if you're OPY. That means, you know, you've given the Raze that ultimate. You're coming into this 5th round with a bye, but now you've got 2 fantastic ultimates to fight against.
I've also just realized that INF had actually the crosscut deployed, but didn't opt to use it. Not sure whether it was you know, in the heat of the moment, didn't quite react in time, or was it a tactical play?
Could be a multitude of different things, I might say.
Ayo. Alright, a bit of a change in pace now. OPY has to do something different, and they place Veto on that B side where it's a bit more cramped, a bit more claustrophobic for the utility to hopefully make a bit of an entrance. INF's been spotted in mid. That's the lurk. Kind of noted, but no intel has been acted upon so far by the defense.
Really tempered approach here on this attacking side. GXR gonna do their due diligence to clear out all these corners, make sure that this kind of aggression of OPY does not go unpunished. And just as I say that, it's a lovely catch all the way down A main. That's the Cypher to find that opening kill, and that's gonna draw rotations, multitudes.
It is indeed, right? Both duelists now have to hold themselves on an A, effectively like that Viper kind of conditioning we talked about. But Nade's gonna be that B hit. We see if the interceptor comes online. Nade still fall though, and the will find no grace. INF and Teddy hold down the fort. Clumsy finds one for the troubles.
One enemy remaining.
A little bit. 2v1 perspective. Boy, final body to drop. No entrance. And they put themselves on the board.
Okay, they tried.
Alright, it's a little bit more what we want to see. OPY finding a great defense there on that B site. Exactly what you want to see, especially on the map of Split, right? You want to get the defense rolling, get INF more comfortable. Right? You gotta... It's a bit more of an unconventional pick that Vito, so it's gotta be able to find those kills as that Vito to find a little bit of impact. Yeah, as a Vito, utilities can sometimes be feel a little bit lackluster. So he's got to be really solid on that anchoring.
There.
This time around, mid-centric approach with GXR by OPY. They want to play a little bit disruptive around the smokes. Spectre. Oh my god, caught with utility, but Park's the one to actually bail his teammate out of there. Prowler spots onto Teddy. And as he gets one, teleports away. So 1-for-1 trade, not too shabby.
Yeah, this actually forces out OPY to burn a haunt, a prowler, my apologies, on the A side, right? Allowing that Fate to push super deep into A. And that should telegraph this very well for INF, right? That you're basically going to be holding down the fort just a little bit for the aggression.
Snare destroyed.
Although, I think GXR are wanting to maybe re-clear some of this mid-space.
I know
They'll have to make a
exactly
decision
where
soon.
you are.
Ooh, big Cypher out now. It's going to reveal the setups of this defensive side. Is this Fade alone? It's Kestrel, but oh, he takes the initiative instead. Fights on the Spectre. That is the weak side of the split. And Teddy gonna
30
catch
seconds
up.
left.
His attention was
One
drawn
enemy
towards
remaining.
the Rams and
Spike
one by
down
one.
mid.
This is a different look of OPY. Okay, each one of them taking their individual fights and winning it out.
I mean, yes, I think that's what OPI are so good at, right? Individually, they can shoot their shots, and that's, I think, where GXR kind of fell short a little bit. You have double initiator, has proved to be so useful in kind of moving together as a team and clearing these corners, and I think that timeout is very much warranted just to be able to get themselves back in the game. Early timeout for them, 2 rounds loss means that hopefully they don't wait until the steam rolling starts.
Yeah, I much prefer it. I guess it was it also a 6 at round 7 that the time was called on map 1? I can't remember. It was around here.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I want to point out one more thing, right? Because we don't see a lot of Breach in the current meta, I realized that Breach utility doesn't really get stalled by Veto.
No, not at all, actually. Nothing from Breach actually gets stalled by the Interceptor, which is phenomenal, right? Perhaps this is GXR's doing their homework.
Yeah.
And anticipating that INF was going to choose Veto for Split. I'll have to go back and check the VODs on the last time OPY were on Split, but yeah, that's actually a big deal for them.
I'm pulling up the stats right now. They did not run Veto. I think it was a Viper. So whether it's intuition, whether they've scrimmed before and maybe, you know, had a little bit of insight, who knows? But it kind of works out perfectly for GXR if you think about that.
They do indeed. Now, timeout out. Let's see a bit of play here as Park will find their counterpart quick and early onto the site we go.
Yeah, Kestrel now stuck in a corner. He has to find some incredible moments here, but the paranoia is great, but it's just a headshot. Boy, gonna do him one better with a better weapon in that scenario. The Vandal has him out. INF now making his presence known. And it's just down to Teddy. He's up in heaven. Spire's being set up as well. He's got a boatload of utility, but he's being pinged up by the Cypher Cam. It's less than ideal, but breaking around! Teddy makes it happen! Makes this round doable. Spots out Spectre, but he's on a single point of HP. Still being tagged up by the Cypher Camera. Has to get out and around this corner, but Spectre knocking him down. Will not miss this kind of a shot. And Teddy, almost gave him a run for the money.
Almost indeed, right? These hero plays got my heart pumping. I mean, honestly, especially trying to break back into that A site with the Cypher Cam up. I mean, they're just dodging so many bullets left and right, understanding when to peek at the right port, right time at the right moment was Teddy's kind of amazingness. Look at that flick! Call it an ambulance, but not for me. Well, actually for him right at the tail end, unfortunately. So not the outcome you want coming out of a timeout from OPY, unfortunately. But hopefully they'll continue to find some footing here as it looks like Poise kind of bracing themselves for a bit of a push. Absolutely negated by Kess being pushed up so far. Interesting play here from OPY, right? A lot of mid-presence, look at that.
Bring them down.
Cage got to reveal that Kestrel was standing in that vicinity. Very aggressive mid-hold, but it's not going to be of an issue because GXR are just going to run it back again. Asymmetric approach, all 5 players here, but OPY have got the right stack. 3 on this defense, knocking it down. Kestrel, lovely angle being found. Oh my lord, just stands his ground as well. Knows that he has assistance. Oh my god, the Kestrel looking for the ace. Oh, gets stolen away by First Love. Kestrel, you put him on a controller, you put him on an initiator, he will do his job regardless.
What? Wait, note that Kestrel was deafened. How did you hear from the shadows? I mean, just perhaps the peek up to note that the Omen doesn't have the ultimate anymore. That is probably the best thing I can think about. But just the intuition to know to look back and catch Rosin in a deafened state is godlike.
The awareness must be on a different level because yeah, I myself was thinking like how does he know that the Omen was right behind him, and considering that he was deafened as well and all of that chaos, just the foresight, the understanding, the game sense to turn around and expect that position. Gets hit by the stun, gets deafened as well, all of his senses are gone, but still finds a quad kill.
Yeah, big round for OPY, right? Drained like, what, 3 ultimates, I think, from GXR side, including that pivotal kind of nightfall that, honestly, they just stood their ground and held the site for themselves. So OPY is going to have some time to really maybe even close the gap, making it even Stevens at 5-5 in the first half. That is obviously their wish. Unfortunately, we do have a bit of technical issue here, but it gives us a bit of time to really breathe and look at some of the potentials for both these teams to finish off this first half.
You mentioned about the ultimates. You can look at the top right now. GXR have basically blown their load on that previous round. They've used everything. They've expended all their ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, I think even the Showstopper.
From the shadows.
And Kestrel just stands in the middle of no man's land, tanks all of it, and kills all of them.
Wild. Absolutely wild. What a demon from that perspective. Now they've got a few great ones to start, right? I'm still looking for Evolution to come online. That's probably the only one that holds back a Rolling Thunder, because I don't think you'll be jolted into the sky from that perspective.
There is one more thing that can counter the Rolling Thunder.
Which one?
Kestrel. Just put him there.
Yeah, that's the new strat. Just put Kestrel there.
I'm not sure if Kestrel has Evolution or Iron ever has, because it's just unfazed. It's ridiculous. I've never seen anything or anyone pull off something like that, so it's the first.
Yeah. Bro's growing a third ear behind him, just able to hear out from the Shadow's Omen. Holy.
Ear and eye. What else? What other senses are there? Tongue. Can taste the enemies.
All right, that's a little far. That's like that's not like that. Basically harassment, Colin. Let's not go there.
What do you wait? Calm down.
You calm down. Holy. All right, but yeah, no OPY finding a bit of a footing here. I mean, do you think that they'll continue the momentum moving forward?
I know that they're not gonna hit A again, because if I was the team that spent 3 ults on the A side, couldn't kill a single person, the lone anchor, I'm gonna try to switch it up. I'm gonna test mid a little bit, maybe B. I could end up on A at the end, but definitely not to rush it,
Yeah, we haven't seen GXR really like work the map a little bit. I think on round 2 they did a kind of B split-ish thing where they kind of pinged it out, but OPY kind of reading this situation right now as well, with some pings in this mid space that's already preoccupied by GXR. I mean, a lot can happen so far. I don't think that the veto utility has really been tested so far on either side. I like the switch onto B. I think that's the smarter move, given that it's a bit more claustrophobic, and that gives the utility a bit more impact, right? Especially with the crosscut and what's the other one? Chokehold. That's right. The C's basically version of veto. And I think there's a lot of opportunities that can play around there. So hopefully that'll be showcased sooner than later.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see an interceptor play where it snipes out the showstopper. I think in the PaperX game that they had up against Global Esports, I feel like that the interceptor ate quite a few of his ultimates. So yeah, it is definitely a counter to one of the agents, but you get to see it in full effect, as you mentioned, right? It didn't really feel like Vito's abilities were of much concern for GXR so far. And I'm hoping that changes, because we've only got a couple more rounds left on this defensive side, and once we swap over, Vito's potency kind of diminishes on attack.
It does, and I also question like how good it is in terms of like holding flanks as well. Sure, yes, you get the C's. I already forgot the name of it. What was it? It was chokehold. You get that, yes. But it's not proactive, right? And so it means that you just have to have more eyes up. And when it's such a small map like Split, I question if Vito's going to be able to hold down the fort just as well as, the Cypher, basically. That's happening right now.
Yep. Just to give our viewers a little bit of an insight, I think it's a little bit of communication issues. So we're going to try to sort that out as soon as possible. Maybe, definitely not communication issues for Kestrel, because Kestrel was able to just withstand all the utility. He's more than a comm. Maybe he has too much comms. Oh, okay. That was a joke for legal reasons.
I feel like we're just so obsessed with that last round. That's a TikTok video and a half right there. It's
No, I mean,
unbelievable what happened.
You end off the round, the round like that, and then you go to tech pause. That's all my mind's got to be thinking about.
That is true. No, that is true. That is true. Unbelievable. Just resolution to hold your ground. If honestly, if I were in that situation and I got thrown half a bit, I am leaving. Where's screens? Let's leave. Like that'll be me.
Yeah.
Bro stood in front of like the doorway.
Yeah, that's why we're talking over him, and he's the one playing. You know.
Yeah.
We'll pretend to have professional insight, you know, and then criticize him for standing in front if he dies. But then when he doesn't, we're like, hey, he's the best player in the world.
There you go. There it is.
There it is.
Oh,
yeah.
Timer's live. It looks like it's counting down.
Yeah.
Looks like we might be getting back into this action. It'll be round number 9 ahead of us. And this mid space is going to be the one that's important to keep an eye on so far. Given that it's a long tech break, I think both sides don't want to maybe over-aggress too much. Just taking a breather, letting the round time down a little bit, see who makes that first mistake. But it's already that fade pushing down A to feed all this information.
I mean, you single-handedly solo held that A site. Now you're in their spawn. This is just speaking of that confidence, right? That stubbornness, perhaps. Just to. Okay, first love is
Nah, I think we're
might have a
still.
bit of comms issue, tech issue.
Yeah. We might get a roll back. I'm not
I
sure.
thought they were
if,
playing really passive, you know.
Yeah, GXR didn't move a single step actually the whole time. I was like, wow, that's very disciplined.
All right, potential rollback. And I guess you might be seeing our faces pretty
30
soon.
seconds
We'll get
left.
that sorted as soon as possible for you guys.
Indeed. I mean, hopefully this doesn't, intrude on anyone's mental. I feel like this, if your fortitude isn't strong enough, this can kind of like slow you down, wreck your core a little bit. Because like whichever team was kind of moving in terms of pacing, even individual players that like had an insane round, right? The last round, would really want to keep the ball rolling, and hopefully this doesn't mess up anyone's juju.
I don't think it will. With the cojones to just stand in front of 3 ultimates, I don't think a mere tech pause is gonna cause them any concern. For GXR though, that remains to be seen. We did see a little bit of resilience there on Bind, but this is split. It's a different ball game, different agents. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, potential rollback I think for our players. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good so far.
This is classic stuff.
Classic stuff. I mean, it was almost predestined that the first matchup of the split one rest of Southeast Asia has to incorporate everything that the game can offer, and
we've got to make full use of all
just-
the features,
exactly every single feature. I'm trying my best not to laugh.
Go ahead. This is our podcast now. We're gonna
think
call
it
it
is.
Path to Champions, PTC.
Oh, I thought it would be called Colditudes, or do you prefer Multidan?
No. Oh no.
No. Chat, please let us know. Are we cooking or are we cooked?
All right, production says they've had enough of us yapping. Let's hopefully jump in the game as soon as you can. But yeah, if not, we're gonna take over the podcast. Gonna turn it into the Colditude show.
That'll be a bad day. No, we prefer some Valorant action right now.
Okay, yeah.
Timer's live.
Get back
INF change
in.
position. We're back in mid. Okay. Some mid presence. I like it.
Alright, INF now situated towards the mid portion of this map. He's got his utility there as well. Let's see if Vito finds a little bit more success there. Trip gonna be activated. But no confirmation just yet. They just know that mid has been compromised.
Yeah, into vents we go. First love now. Eyes trained on that rope. Split. This is the actual manner, right? We're splitting the defense and into the fight we go. And INF holds down the fortitude. Evolution online.
Well, speak into existence and you get just that, but Ploy and Ross both finding success. Teddy now solo anchor into the side. Teddy! What a turret! Just locking down the side. No chance for GXR to get anything.
Oh, wowzers. I mean, just coming out that tactical timeout and OPY firing on all cylinders. INF finally have a terrific opportunity to kind of light the feed up with some beautiful plays. Down to 15 HP, which is why that Bucky could really make quick work at the end. And Teddy's, team member right there with them to finish everything off, leading the scoreboard for their team as well. Beautiful plays thus far, and this gives actually a lot of momentum for OPY, managing to string 4 rounds in the last 5, so good stuff so far.
Yeah, well, this time around they're gonna focus the sights back on the C. Sorry, not C, A. I'm not sure I said C, but yeah, we've got Theo now, not in the right spot to counter the showstopper, but Kestrel instead, of course it's him. That's the kill on towards mid. And as the smoke comes into view, Park just gonna mow down both duelists, and that is heaven compromised. INF, what do you have in store for us here? They've been looking for you to shine bright here as this Vito, but clumsy. What a shot from him. Down from A main, absolutely decapitates INF, leaves his team reeling. 2 versus 4 now for this retake.
Yeah, not much utility, I believe, to get back in there. Maybe a Prowler, I'll have to kind of check on Kestrel, but it's not looking good so far. Maybe just looking for exit frag. Still gets the push, disrespects the smoke and gets clumsy. Okay, keeping it interesting.
I'll find you.
It's a chance in Avenue, but everything down low already. They're gonna give him the fights though. Kestrel with the triple kill already. He's gonna need an ace clutch here, but this is dynamic setup, high low, up in heaven. Not gonna be expecting this one. Time is tick down already. Position notified. XR, I need that 6th round.
You've seen too much.
Yeah, coming back from it is great. I mean, they're leaning into their advantage, right? Double knee means they can explode onto the side, and they don't over-aggress onto the A. They say, hey, let's just focus on Haven. Let's just get all our firepower there and clear that out, and then we cast our eyes back onto that A side, and it was done perfectly. This level of discipline, this team play, is precisely why they're continuing their rampage here.
Park sitting atop a mountain of kills, 14 and 7. Whew, that is great job from the entry duelists. And oh my lord, INF struggling to find success here again. Taken out of the picture, but potentially Teddy could find some success. Takes down Park and Flamethrower will chime in for one more. Paranoia in and the teleporter back to the site. The dynamic crossfire being set up, but first love with a rocket. Easy kill. Adjust for the second. Ploy coming through from the heavens as Roz stuck behind smoke, and now his teammates have disappeared around him. First love with the confirmation. So despite INF going down instantly, it's a great resurgence for the rest of the
round in the half.
It is, right? This off angles, and I think it was the Rays that picked up and decided to satchel in first with an operator. Okay, very gutsy.
Yeah, very.
Very gutsy indeed. I mean, Park sitting on 14 kills. Maybe there could have been some play there, but alas, the rest of the defense came to their rescue and were able to shut it down. So right now, that checkerboard look on that scoreboard means there's a bit of a tick for tat. And last round before the swap is the announcement. All eyes on A. All full stack at least for GXR.
Guess who else? But Kestrel mocking him down! Gets a shot to the smoker just for Park! The Ploy, thankfully so, gonna claw back one more kill! And potentially it's Ploy's time to shine! In towards elbow, blinded is both of the players, whips up the secondary! Triple kill found from Ploy! Just like that, the tides turn, but Flamethrower, he has something to say about this one. It's an Odin trying to mow them down, but it's Ploy yet again, the safe pair of hands. But INF, a chance to disrupt things. 1 versus 2. Isolates the first. Clumsy thrust into it. Dual position to get away from. But INF does not consider that close left corner. Gets obliterated as he turns his back to him. And GXR, by the skin of their teeth, they're going to lead 7-5 at the half.
At the half, indeed. Had a great first few rounds, right? 4-0 was the scoreline right off the bat. OPY finding their groove on their attacking side for a wee bit. Sorry, on their defensive side for a wee bit. But ultimately, it was GXR that just manages to keep it a bit more competitive for themselves, give them some breathing space on their map pick, moving into their defensive half. So, all eyes, we kind of talked about this during the break. All eyes going to be on that Vito on the attack side. You already see them halfway across the world, away from the rest of the teammates, perhaps to just play flank, play the slow peek, perhaps some conditioning that we expect to see from OPY. But GXR, double initiator means they can throw a lot at them to clear corners and make sure they have proper map control.
Well, you laid it out pretty succinctly. And again, gonna look towards that Vito, as you mentioned, right? Let's see if he can find a bit more of success. I would say he did slightly below expectations on that defensive side. 5 rounds is workable. It's doable. GXR win their sails. They have that full-fledged confidence. This round gonna be an important one.
Look at that scoreboard too, right? Like between the two initiators, 12 assists throughout. They're working as a team right now. OPY don't have quite as much, which means that a lot of them tend to be individual frags. And to credit where credit is due, getting up to 5 based on that composition is terrific. I think they'll have to do a lot more now moving into the attack half.
INF playing that little bit of a lurk role here towards A. He's been known to do that. Lovely protocol so far. They spoke through. Oh my lord! First love. Jeez. That's what you want to see. Predictive shot on Roz. It's
nasty.
Eliminates the controller already.
Now hunting for ploy.
Portal closed.
Timing's not right. You could be faced with 4 barrels. Spots Teddy's. Goes back for more and gets punished once again by First Love. This opens up so much of the map here for themselves.
Oh, this is art in motion. Standard stuff. It's simple. It's systematic. GXR getting caught time and time again. 2 times is too much for this round. It seems. As Park gonna give it a bit of a chance there. First Love again. Triple kill for him as he shuts down that retake attempt from Heaven. It's only just Clumsy left alone in a 1v4 and no teammates to work around with. A full battle of utility makes it a little bit of a disappointing affair, but regardless, OPY striking back.
Hey, done.
Yep. Nothing too surprising there. First Love swings out on contact. That's the discipline we expect to see. Nice 4K, which means a beautiful build. Already halfway towards that showstopper on the second round of the second half here. Starting with that nasty shot through the smoke.
Okay.
I also like the readjustment, right? Like you'd imagine that, once kind of Rosin went down on that B as the Omen, that it was going to be a bum rush from OPY, but that didn't happen. They went re-exploring again, which, hey, curiosity killed the cat, right?
There.
If Cypher peeks out mid, you get dropped and suddenly the map's yours.
100%. Interesting setup now. Cypher's not playing on site. It's the Omen instead. Bit of a camera to assist on that one. INF again. Being that pesky little rat on that A site. Spots out a retreating player, but I don't think GXR spotted INF on the other side of things, so just gonna pick up that ultimate orb. Small little side quests coming through from OPY. That's what I love to see. Something that GXR, perhaps didn't really make the most out of.
Time to
Agreed.
jump.
And the side quest is now leading them through mid. Copy from what they did in the first half, although the response from GXR is really try and make sure it's not an A hit. Teddy should have dropped by now. A lot of utility being spammed, and the Omen should be relaying this information over.
Oh man, the Omen just tucked in, close on the sight box. Teddy doesn't see him at all. Now he knows. A beautiful haunt gonna reveal that information. INF though, being a bit of a pesky nuisance down towards mid, but Eventually, Ross gets found out by Teddy. Marshall close range. One shot will do it. And just like that, Clumsy only good for that one kill. 7-7, all tied up. OPY. Great second round.
Finding success right there with the pistol plus the anti-eco. Question is, how are we gonna deal with that bonus moving into round number? Can I math? 15. Yes, I can math. Ha. OPY, a bit of a back foot here, just looking at the shields that they have, plus the Spectre, rightly so, moving into their bonus. So it's GXR's time to shine, and it looks like they're gonna take the same leaf of book that they had on the previous round to maybe triple stack that A, make sure that they can hold this down. Han doesn't reveal anything, but reveals some sort of presence at least. Great shows. Aftershock plus C's catches one, but the trade's there.
And they're not moving with this setup. GXR more than confident to just stay stacked up here, but the smoke, bit of a cause for concern. They're gonna try to sneak around it. Clumsy, very daring from you, sir. It's only the one kill though, and not sure if that's worth it, right? You lose your breach utility. It's a 3 versus 3. It's only just Park here on this side of the map. It's a call in for a bit of reinforcements, but does OPY want to pounce? That is the question. Slowly taking the time, clearing out the corners. INF using the interceptor to potentially counter any utility here. The rest of OPY just running straight in. Oh, but Park though goes unchecked. He's wrong below. Where's the communication? Try to throw in a couple of satchels. Paranoia eventually comes through, but INF, aware of where that paranoia has come from, understands that the Omen's up in heaven. Has to pick up the spike though.
I have the spike.
30 seconds
Repositioning
left.
coming in from the Omen, sneaking around. But INF not tapping the spike just yet. Eventually has to. 20 seconds. No chance to rotate over towards B, and I can see why. Ross has got the judge of all
Spike
things.
planted.
That's unideal. The teleport though, that is something that can give him a chance here. And a 1v1 up against INF. The man of the hour finally comes alive with a quad kill to his name in a 1 versus 1. Eventually pulls OPY over the line.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scramble, to be honest, right? The mistakes were made by the defense to overextend. Clumsy gets punished for it. INF just tucked in the corner, covering heaven, eventually getting Park as well. And then playing ring around RoSEA. Luckily had enough distance away from that judge to find that quick headshot onto the Omen. Beautifully done from INF, stepping up when it is really required.
Yeah, it was a little bit quiet in that first half. And, well, attack veto, you know, as long as you hit your shots. But, oh, what a great stun comes in. Just like that, has to offer the teleport away, but first love compromised. Paranoia counter comes through. Parks though gonna get a kill with his need of all things. Roz, what is that decision to teleport ahead into the action? That is very daring from him, and they will not walk away victorious. It's an even trade of kills, 3-3. OPY still have a minute left to cook.
Apart from that one Omen teleport, I like GXR's decision, right? They've put the one-way smoke outside of B garage a lot, but this is the first time they've tried to punish OPY for kind of disrespecting it. So a bit of a maybe future conditioning that they want to have. So the answer, well, yeah, the answer from OPY is just a triple stack, right? Just move together as a unit. You know you have guns advantage. The remaining 3 players weren't able to pick up any sort of arsenal from the deaths in garage. B is free real
30
estate.
seconds left.
Lovely angles being checked on by OPY. Very, very disciplined. Not letting any stone be unturned. They even spotted a player up in heaven, so first love's gonna be first contact on that one. A smoke there gives him some room to play around. He's got the showstopper as well. Cage out, but a walk around for Ploy. And the stun is actually beautifully timed though, but they don't check the corner just in time. Ploy somehow flicks upon it. But down to the 1 versus 2 now. Spectre isolated. And INF, one of the best angle holders in the game in our region. Not gonna miss that easy shot of the run out. 9-7. OPY strings 4 in a row.
4 in a row indeed. I mean, I like the punishment here, but it is the team play that really comes out true and true. Showstopper finding its mark. Timeout activated, like you called it. Opposition has strung up too many rounds in a row, and they're starting to lose steam. This is their map pick, and on the defense, they actually have a lot of utility to maybe clear corners and understand map presence as they did in that kind of war of garage that we just saw. But we need a bit more of that, and hopefully Rosin is laying it down thick and heavy right now.
Yeah, a decision has to be made in terms of how they want to operate. It's not working out whatsoever. OPY just running away with things, giving INF multiple chances to warm up and get back into the game. He's found his groove, looking really sharp so far. And this defense just, yeah, it has the right ideas as you mentioned, right? That fight towards B main, lovely. But then we do something a bit questionable. We teleport straight to their faces, you know, things a little bit dicey. Interesting decision. GXR hoping to pull in the reins, get everyone on the same page. Park topping the scoreboard 20 and 13. Needs a little bit more assistance.
Wild. Absolutely wild right now. Okay, good cam though. Spots at least a couple based on this utility sounds, and holy, that Satchel is quick and fast. Second time that First Love has absolutely just broken through a heaven. Rescue is on its way though.
Oh, and First Love gets blown out of the water, out of the smoke. Park again, naming the kill feed, but Teddy this time with a crucial frag in towards heaven. Another fight down towards mid, but Ross gonna win that one fight out. So it has to be the A-side commitment. Nightfall invested. No one's within the side. It's just Ploy. Playing from screens though, there's smoke available. Doesn't seem like it, but Teddy has managed to cross over the seas. Gives him a little bit of room to play around with. But Ploy only needs a sliver of an angle. Ross now coming in from heaven, but another labored shot. INF will punish. 2 versus 2. Evolution popped by INF. He has to go huge again. INF looking for one more. And OPY will not fall victim again. Double digits. INF alive on the attack side.
Has found his final evolution. INF honestly popping that, feeling confident to take the shots from heaven in that 1v2 situation to save the team from disgrace. It's wondrous from his performance thus far.
I gave him a run for the money, drops the spike in the open, but INF with that evolution. It's topped up on HP. Adjusts onto the second player just in the nick of time. 7 HP to his name, that's all he had. That's all he needs. GXR, 7 rounds. Looking for one more. OPY right around the precipice of success here. Ultimates available from GXR though.
Yeah, that was coming up from a timeout into a buy round, mind you. So, fortunately, whatever was mentioned was not hype enough for GXR to get the win for themselves. Back to the drawing board a little bit as they kind of gather around this garage space. But look at the gamble call being made by the defense.
Yeah.
Everyone is either in mid or the left side.
What a great read is coming in from GXR. They've got all the right pieces in all the right places. You gotta hit your shot. You gotta do it now. But Teddy has something else to say. INF. Double kill coming in from him. Together with his squad this time. No lugs required. The man on a mission as Teddy finds one more, thinning up the numbers. It's Ploy left alone in an impossible task. Labored shots. Confidence overflowing for OPY.
And now GRX in a tough position, faced against 11-7. This is their buy round, and they have to win this, or else they're looking at the potentially final round of regulation with a bit of a shaky one. So, if anything, this is one of the most important rounds for the Cambodian team to convert themselves. Ultimates-wise, they have a slew of it. Apart from that showstopper, a couple of great initiator ultimates to really kick things off, as long as they can deny possibly the retake or come together as a retake.
Well, they might need to opt for a retake because this time Teddy is wrapped all the way around, spotted out the raise, paranoia hits. What? It's lovely, beautiful movement coming through for Teddy, but eventually clumsy there with a crucial trade back. INF has locked up mid. INF is in the backline, unaware. INF has torn apart this defense. No chance for GXR here. A massive blunder by them, and a sight run over by OPY.
One enemy remaining.
GXR not knowing what the hell just hit them. That is 12 for OPY.
And that's That's series point for themselves. You can't see me, Colden, but my head is up in arms. How did they let INF walk through like that?
Look at the
Absolutely
B-Man.
ridiculous
All
from
of this action. He's just walking up silently.
Perhaps it's conditioning. You know, the dimensional drift did come in through mid, ended up at garage, and perhaps they're all so
Everyone was
focused
tunnel
on it.
vision.
Yes, they did indeed.
Look at the rounds, bro. Look at the rounds. 7 in a row from OPY. They have not stopped at all. They have not skipped a beat. This machine will keep on chugging forward. GXR, their last chance to survive here in this opening game. INF, there's something else to say. Spectre goes down with a whimper. No answer from him. And again, the site compromised. OPY with an evolutionarized INF looking to hold down in this post plan. First Love with a very cheeky little angle. Backs on turn. Double kill foul. First Love with the close. OPY stomp over GXR in that second half of the second map. It's a 2-0 clean sweep from them to win out the first game of RoSEA.
Unbelievable performance, right? Honestly, the moment they ended up on their attack half, it was dialed to 11 for the overpowered youths. They found their groove time and time again and did utterly dismantle the defenses through some really smart innovation of you know, like dimensional drift pathing and some individual heroic stepping up to the plate when it was demanded of them. Not their map pick, haven't done so well in the past, but this really cemented a strong win for themselves.
It's really, really nice what I saw from OPY on that techie side. I mean, picturesque. GXR, they tried to go aggressive time and time again, but OPY was so consistent at winning out, grinding out rounds, whether it was clutches, whether it was the lurks that come through, and we didn't really see too many deep lurks from INF throughout this series, apart from that one round. And the one round he did it made them look like a fool. I mean, 2 backs turn, he's just in rafters, just in like, what, the first 20 seconds of the round. Incredible work from OPY.
Unbelievable stuff, right? I mean, it's all supported by the rest of his team, right? I feel like it's the double duelist that really helped to open up the map quick and easy, and of course it doesn't hurt that their insane mechanics are on point as the rounds went along as well. And so I think it was accumulation of all that, plus the fact that they honestly have a need to prove themselves. We've kind of set the scene before this match that, you know, they're kind of a smattering of individuals coming from various organizations and backgrounds, kind of pulled together pretty last minute to form the overpowered youth, and overpowered indeed. We saw some really good executions from themselves, and I think there'll be a lot to digest in the VOD reviews to come.
Yeah, especially for GXR. I mean, they looked locked in. They looked pretty decent on that first half. They were leading in that first half, 1-7-5. It looked like things were gonna go their way, but once we swapped sides, I mean, the calling that was coming out from OPY was beautiful. It pulled apart the seams. The executes were really on point as well. You can see First Love cracking open sides fearlessly. Teddy was fantastic on that Yoru, I have to mention. Really, really nice to support First Love on those entries as well. So yeah, it really was an absolute team diff in that second half.
It was. I mean, the highlights kind of say it all. Sure, we're in the first half, and I think the first half was where GRX double initiator kind of shined a little bit. They were able to really explode onto the site together as a team. Yeah, exactly. That scoreline. And because of that, you know, they found a lot of momentum. But hey, Cass right here absolutely turned up when they needed to the most.
There's signs of life, right? You can see here Park with a double kill. But it is in situations where OPY did not look like they were going to win, right? They were able to pull out some crazy rounds. You saw Castro on that hold there again with a double kill. First Love was so successful in multi-fags himself. Hoy was a bit of a shining light in my opinion for GXR. And yeah, we just need to see a little bit more of that. I think Park as well, a fantastic duelist, was able to find a lot of those opening kills. But that synergy seemed a little bit off, especially when you're running that kind of a double initiator composition where you need to have good utility to find information and then make calls off the back of it. But when it came down to these kinds of skirmishes, these messy rounds, right? OPY just seemed to be on the same page, right? That same chaotic mindset.
Yeah, and I think that's effectively you nailed that, right? The chaotic mindset really came through, and the stats, INF, look at that. I think at the half, INF was like 4th on this scoreboard, but really turned up on the attack half, which we kind of said was really needed. We were a little surprised that the Vita was able to really make magic, but they were absolutely able to. Hi.
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm not sure if we have it live in terms of... Okay, so we have an interview standby as well, so just to give a heads up on that. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the distributions in terms of the kills, I mean, it's incredibly top heavy, especially for OPY. And we didn't really see INF finding a lot of success on that first half, right? But it came alive in the second, proving a little bit of analysis wrong, right? Vito on attack side, he's able to make it work.
Absolutely, almost 300 ACS, and really made it work effectively during the second half. And perhaps, you know, it's sometimes it comes back to clearing your mind of the other nonsense. After all, this is still a tactical shooter, and if you don't need to think about your utility as a sentinel on attack, you can just do your lurks, you can just play contact and play and find those headshots. And perhaps that was the flip of the switch for the Vito player here as MVP of the Overpowered Youths. So I mean, kudos to him. We were kind of dishing on him a little bit the first half, and yeah. I think they probably heard us through the server.
And maybe by vibes alone, you know, he was able to sense that. But we have a little bit of an interview on standby, so let's take a look at who we have here. Oh, give us a few more seconds. But really cool that we're gonna have interviews. I just want to preface that, and we don't really have that opportunity in our region to speak to a lot of the players. So now that we have this broadcast, and the players have no choice but to come for the interviews, we have them here on standby.
Yeah, they're in the gulag with us. You know, is the ISO alt locked in with two of us here as we
2v1
try and find them.
All right, a few more seconds as we get the interview loaded up for you guys. And who do we have? All right, we have INF. Hello, sir. Congratulations. How are you feeling? You mentioned to me in DMs. It's okay. You watch playoffs, top 5 rated. So how are you feeling after this opening game?
I think for the bind map, I think we kind of choked a little bit. So there's that. But I think it's nice that with like the group of people that I'm playing, we somehow managed to pull through. And I think in general we're just quite happy. But I know it's there's a lot of things that we can work on, because like the way that we play is still quite messy. So we have to fix all the itty-bitty bits of our gameplay to ensure that when we face potentially Motif in the next game, at least we will have a chance.
That's fair enough, I mean, y'all look really polished towards the end. There's a level of scruffiness that we kind of talked about, me and Koden on air, but it was kind of like organized chaos, and I think that was beautiful. Do you think that that's representative of the style of play that Overpowered Youths are getting, or are you trying to veer into something a bit more different?
I think for our team, something that we can rely on is like firepower. So when you see when we're shooting, we do a lot better, and then when we cannot shoot, we can't do well. It's like a silver lining we have to our gameplay, and at the same time, it can be very disastrous. For example, like the attack on bind when things don't go our way. So with a bit of luck and skill, together, I hope that the games will go way better.
Yeah. You just mentioned that things will go a little bit better. What do you think? What do you think about GXR in terms of that bind? Like, what was it that you guys exactly struggled on that map?
I think on defense, I think we locked it down quite well, and so the defense was pretty okay. But as for the attack, I think what we struggled was to actually find somewhere to commit. And I can't even lie, when we fought them towards the attack of when we were attacking on bind, they were mostly like rage swinging hookah long, and like kind of catching us off guard. and for me, I'm kind of washed right now, so my brain isn't like as polished to actually like think about all these different potential places that they can be. So I did get caught off guard quite a little. So I think as for the bind attack, I think it's mostly on my part that we actually almost got comeback. I think if I played a little bit better and more for my team, as a result, we could have closed it earlier.
What a humble king. We stand a humble king here, INF. Well, once again, congratulations on your win. We're going to just give you the last 20 seconds for an individual shout. You have the mic, you have to stand. Anything you want to say to the world?
Shout out to Teddy and shout out to my teammates, First Love, Pyrix and Castro, and lastly, shout out to ZSPW. I mean, Shah has been cheering us on even though he's not playing. He has his own personal things that he has to tend to for now. But hopefully we can do well enough for his standards.
All right, thank you so much, INF. Congratulations on the first round win. Hopefully, you might face that motive next round, but take this time to relax and enjoy.
Yep, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Humble Colden. Wow, puts the result of bind on his back. Dang. All right. No, it's a team effort, INF. It's a team effort. We can all do better. And I think it was phenomenal to maybe peel back the curtain a bit and get into his head.
Yeah, huge shout out to his team as he mentioned as well. They did fantastic work here. The resilience being shown. Jigsaw gave them a run for the money, but they ran out of steam right at the end as OPY just dominated that attack side of Split. But that has been the conclusion of the first series of the day. Overpowered Youths move ahead in the brackets. But we're going to go for a short little break. And when we come back, that second series of Motive up against Aura, you guys definitely do not want to miss that one. So we'll see you guys after this short little break.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
about the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to
Welcome back to the first day, basically, of Split 1 here at VALORANT Challengers rest of Southeast Asia. My name is Multitudes, and joining me is, of course, the infamous Colden, here to bring the hype, and boy, have we done so, only because the players were able to absolutely tear it up here in the servers between Overpowered Youth and Galaxy Rain. Now, looking forward will be Motive Esports versus Aura. Colden, how are we feeling about this matchup?
Ooh, this one is a bit of a toss-up in my opinion. I'm kind of inclined to say Motive are heavy favorites, with that narrative, and be like, they've restructured here, they brought in the best talent that they could find up against Aura, a ragtag team of players all the way from Mongolia, here in the rest of Southeast Asia. And Motive might just, win it out in the clean sweep. But no, I'm not going to be that guy today. I believe in the Mongolian dream, alright? The Mongolians, they've proven their worth in different tactical FPS titles. I think that's inspired a whole nation of future gamers. I'm here for the Mongols trade.
I kind of agree, and they'll be going up against very established team themselves. Motive Esports, Minimize Flaring, Vera, Zan, as well as Riza. Many of these names should be extremely familiar to you because, Motive Esports has been in the scene, maybe not with this particular brand, beyond a year. Perhaps some people recognize folks from the DSG roster that has evolved somewhat into the Motive Esports in 2025, but, has taken a bit of a stance in last year's Ascension, and which is why they've effectively been re-invited here into the Challengers scene. They'd be up against none other than Aura.
Yeah, and this team of Mongolians plus DVL. DVL is the only non-Mongolian. He's from Indonesia apparently. So interesting lineup of players. They've proven their worth in the open qualifiers. Third and fourth in the Mesa Valorant Tour, which was a Mongolian LAN that happened, I think, late last year. And their only losses in the open qualifier stage were to two teams who have already made it in the playoffs. So only losing to playoff teams, that's not too shabby. Aura definitely deserve their spot here. And this is this is a different ball game though, right? Open qualifiers is one thing, losing to nobody with passion, playing against teams like Echo Esports. And then you're going up against the top dogs instantly in the playoffs, straight to Motive, straight to the raid boss. You skip all the little mini bosses across, they're going for the hit.
They are indeed, and this is a fascinating matchup here straight on day one, right? We had a nice little ramp up of Valorant cinema between the last matchup, but now is the heavy duty dessert, right? We've got, in my eyes, and you've kind of painted it as well, right? A bit of a David versus Goliath kind of extreme picture analogy from that perspective, right? Because Motive Esports, star-studded crew, right? We've known them from many different kind of organizations, and they've done well locally as well, right? Versus Aura, ragtag team that we don't know too much about, but I'd love to understand more about how they're playing here in this best of three. So
yeah, and this best of three, I think, really determined on what maps we're gonna get. So this is the map veto for us. Pearl banned out by Aura, Abyss banned out by Motive, Corrode's gonna be the pick of Aura, Breeze gonna be the pick of Motive, Bind gets banned by Aura, Split gets banned by Motive, and then we have Haven as our decider. Multitudes, what do you make of this map veto?
Okay, Haven as decider, normal. Corrode and Breeze, I like the stuff, right? Like Aura picking Corrode kind of makes sense. They did fairly well on the Corrode maps during OQ, and I strongly believe that Corrode is like quote unquote the new Split, right? I like the map design that it brings. And if you watch some of the map development talks on YouTube, the devs talk a bit like compartmentalization of utility in terms of waves of attack and waves of defense. And Breeze does the same thing. The Breeze rework doesn't make it so that you need to be an absolute aim god on the server to make it out alive. I think there's more compartmentalization, and I think Motive Esports picking Breeze is a very smart tactical move, because if they feel good about their mechanics, I think not a lot of teams probably have strats up their sleeves for this.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because I went to look at the map statistics. Aura have a 100% win rate on Breeze. They've played it twice, you know. Caveat is that it's not a lot of times, right? It's against Team Ferox and DSE Fighters. Both teams, you know, definitely do not compare to the likes of Motive. But Motive themselves, they have 2 map wins on Breeze. It was 13-4 and 13-9, and that was in a local tournament as well. So in the semifinals and grand finals, so they themselves, Motive, looking comfortable on that map pick. Very curious to see if there's going to be changes in terms of the agents that they did pick, because it looks like it's going to be almost exactly the same, right? Neon versus Jet. That's the only main difference that I'm seeing so far. Yeah, both teams look confident on the map of Breeze, so I think that one's going to be a banger.
That one is going to be a banger. I you know, personally, I haven't unfortunately had the opportunity to watch a lot of the new Breeze maps just yet. I've seen snippets here and there, but not properly sat down and really like look through it. And I think the rework is very much welcomed in the general like kind of tier 1 community, tier 1, tier 2 community, because I think it invites for a lot more strats. The mid section completely reworked, and I love it, right? You're really able to scale up nice and easy with some proper smoke. So a double controller on this map, I wouldn't be surprised, like an Astra and a Viper, or an Omen and a Viper, just to be able to kind of play both. Have enough tools in your toolkit on both attack side and defense side. But yeah, I'm super excited for this trio. It's wild to say that, you know, we're about to enter a second best of 3 that hasn't been covered in the first matchup. So a lot of variety to experience today.
Yeah, this map pool is honestly great. We're getting very, very diverse maps. We're not getting like the standard Haven, Ascend, Split, or Bind, you know. You're getting a lot more of those creative, a lot more of those interesting maps where there's a lot of agent diversity. As you mentioned, right, the double controller conversation is very much open. Double duel is also open. Corrode's going to be the first map, of course. It's the pick of Aura, and I believe that they need to strike first. They need to strike hard and fast, because if you let Motive warm up into the game, you let them find a couple of clutches here and there. Once they get rolling, it's a pretty tough machine to start.
It is a very tough machine to start indeed, right? And so the idea is to kind of hold them off kilter, keep them off balance at all points in time. I mean, can you imagine the confidence boost if you're able to get this dub over a Titan-like Motive? I mean, that is quote-unquote Aura alone moving into the next few rounds of this playoff. So I think it's obviously in their best interest to win, but the stakes have never been higher for themselves. If they can show that gods can bleed and they were the ones to do it, I think they are definitely going to try their best to work the magic here.
That's a lot of I guess that it could be a conversation, right? Do you want to face up against a potentially weaker, less experienced Motive first and then knock them down potentially, or at least just get that matchup over and done with early on, right? Or do you want to face a Motive that has warmed up in the tournament 2 or 3 series already, you know, facing them in the upper finals? Do you want to face that kind of Motive, or do you want to strike first when, you know, there's a bit of a question mark right now, right? You don't really know what their power level is. Maybe they're still, you know, working out the kinks in the system. There is a debate there, you know. What do you think?
There is a debate there. I do know that Aura has a head coach, a performance coach, and assistance coach, right? So they're actually pretty stacked in terms of their kind of like their back end support. And I feel like if Aura had the choice, obviously they don't, but if they had the choice, I'd bet that their coaches would want to tackle them towards the tail end, having more footage, more VODs to scour through on Motive. I think would maybe allow them to develop personalized counter strats against them, understanding which are the linchpins of their roster, which are exploits that they maybe twist a little bit and press their advantage into a little bit more. I think that might be what they're looking for. But hey, cards are set, the dice has been dealt, and you are up against Motive here and now today. So you just have to make the best of it. Take what you've learned in the OQ and press your advantage moving forward.
Yep, 100%. Aura's gonna be picking that Corrode, right? So they have the first start. They have balls in the court, essentially. That is their map pick. They need to win that if we're gonna have any sort of a conversation. I think if Motive win Corrode, I think this is gonna be a shutout in a 2-0 fashion. But if Aura can win Corrode, I can see a world where we head to a map 3. Haven could get a little bit scrappy. So I do think that Aura have a chance, albeit very slight, but I still do think they have a fighter's chance, right? A puncher's chance, I guess you could say. And obviously we have to talk about the predictions. I think for me, very clearly it's gonna be Motive. It's hard for me to decide, or at least confidently predict otherwise. So my pick's gonna be Motive. Multitudes, what about you?
I think I said Motive as well, which is like if I just talked about David and Goliath, and in that analogy you want to be rooting for David, right? Like you'd be like, okay, the underling, the underdog, which I will 100% be kind of casting to support any underdog. But I think money in my pocket right now, it would also have to be Motive Esports. They're very established, and I think Aura will have to prove a lot to sway me otherwise, and I hope I get proved wrong. Colden, I hope I get proved wrong. Let's just say that.
I'm always a fan of underdog stories. I think they are so exciting. It gets my blood pumping. And so, well, yes, my head says Motive, my heart wants to say Aura. I want to see something interesting. I want to have a competitive game, and I want to see some scrappy Valorant. I think that's going to be so fun for both squads, especially if you take into consideration the caliber of players that Motive have, right? You've got Vera, you've got Zen, you've got RoSEA being brought in as well. So these players all can pop up at any single moment. Individually, they're absolutely brilliant. But with the structure that Minimize as well as their coach Spin brings into the table for Motive, it could be a scary prospect. But if Aura are able to take them to that kind of a fighting ground, if they're able to drag them into the mud, I think we could get some scrappy and fun Valorant.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some parade square in Mongolia right now where they've thrown this particular stream up on a HD projector.
I do hope so.
Just thousands of people camped around cheering for their Mongolian players. That would be Aura farming indeed. And I think Aura, definitely has something going for them. That's why they're here. Top 7, right, in the OQ. They just need a bit more to press on. So right before we get into the map, we've got the agent select. Let's see what kind of agents these players are selecting. Wouldn't be surprised if we get that Neon Yoru combination moving in, and we've got player cams.
Oh, hey!
Perfect for Motive. Wow, look at these lovely mugs.
I swear it's the exact same camera position for Vera and Flaring as I've seen since last year. It's always Vera with his face almost plastered onto the screen, and then Flaring 0.5 wide angle shot because he's that tall.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta 0.5 it, just wide angle, get everything under. I thought he was gonna stand and play for at some point in time,
but that would be crazy.
I guess not. That would be absolutely wicked. But here we have on screen a couple of players from the Aura team as well. Looking at this agent composition, double controllers for MTV as well, just to be able to make sure that is on lock for themselves.
I want to interject something real quick. Is that a shoebox that the monitor is on?
You're right. That's Aura. That's Aura farming, Colden. That is Aura farming.
Okay.
Like if you can win on a shoebox, you deserve it. 100%, dog.
I would love if we could get confirmation of who that player is. I think we'll see it later on with the name underneath the player cam. So we'll let you guys know which player that is. But yeah, this is the matchup. We've got our agents all locked in. It looks like it's gonna be almost a mirror matchup. We've got the Waylay on Taro, which is gonna be a substitute player for Aura. If I'm not mistaken, a Singaporean player actually. And on the other side of things, we've got Vera on that Neon, RoSEA on that Chamber. So slight little change in the composition. Waylay for the chamber. We'll see which composition wins out.
Yeah, ready. There's a quick fight here. The slide in, the dash of Neon's path.
That's more like it. Alright, we're kicking things off nice and fast. That's exactly how Aura want to do it. Take the fight straight to Motive. Take the opening kill and reset the round.
Yeah, quick one as well. The Hunt spotting a few players onto mid B go. Great kind of Viper smokes. I'm excited to see what kind of conditioning happens over the next few rounds. But for now, it's a triple swing out into this mid space. DVL just being held back by the oppositions of Viper Wall, actually. So giving this MTV all this mid space.
Now, just full on contact play, minimize. IGL all the way from Oceania. It's a beautiful answer back. That's the B-side player compromise and incites the push from the A defense. And minimize again together with flaring. Well, crack open this A-side. RoSEA comes in as an insurance policy from A main and
30 seconds
right
left.
back to winning ways. Motive find themselves in a double man advantage in the post plant.
Yeah, this is hard though because they're kind of split up and they're gonna have to really try to coordinate their entry efforts or else it'll just be 1v4 at any point in time.
Flying spots up the first. Contact being made. Saturate doesn't really land onto anything. And then just behind him is his teammate, but this guy's by a bunch of smoke though. But both players getting killed. No, RoSEA. Safe pair of hands right at the end. Both players of Motive left on a single point of HP, but still gonna cross over the line, and that's the first round for Motive.
Honestly, like, I was like, okay, Aura needs to come back in coordinate fashion, and it was kind of there, you know? They actually got their ones each, and it was just overwhelmingly too many bodies on the floor, on the server to have to deal with. So not bad if you're Aura. I like the way they're moving about together.
One enemy
And we
remaining.
just have to see how they warm up in the rounds to come.
Alright, that's a great start from Motive. A squad that was essentially formed just like a day before our local LAN tournament. Right? They've had a little bit more time now to work on the composition and the synergy. This is the roster they've locked in, at least for split one. Let's see if they can find that success. Playing really nice and patient though. Expecting a little bit of aggression, and that aggression gets pushed to its limit. But it's down towards mid. They've evaded the trap that was set by the chamber. And now they're gonna catch flaring off guard. Try to go for a bit of a lineup. Backs are turned. Now they have to turn around and face the squad. The firing squad of Aura. Motive try to answer back. But they get absolutely pincered, crushed in. Right at the choke point. But Vera coming alive just when they need it. Answers back with a couple of crucial kills. Now down to the 1 versus 2. Motive knows that the spike is at enemy territory. Sliding straight in. Vera won't miss. Triple kill from him to stave off a otherwise disastrous round.
Very, very sneaky, right? The smoke off onto the trademark just to get 4 packs down mid in that flank. I think maybe if they held off, they had a bit more trigger discipline, it was maybe a bit more possible because a lot of them were actually decayed a little bit from Aston's Viper Wall, right? Aggressive from that B lobby side, but you know, alas, penny dropped once that first head fell, and it was just Vera finding shots after shots, already halfway to their ultimate minimize. 1 away from that Nightfall, which could prove very useful here for round number 3.
Yeah, they're slowly farming up all those ultimate orbs, and I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of a pattern in terms of how Aura play. Very upfront and personal. They want to take fights, especially with their composition. Double duelists. For now, tempered. Thanks to the likes of Motive. They've staved off an otherwise disastrous round in the previous. This time around, they're going to be really methodical in picking up all the ultimate points.
Yeah, they've, you know, claimed A, left that single Viper player inserted, just in case anyone wants to push out, so they still have kind of good map control, apart from mid at the very least, while they apply some pressure onto the B side. Nightfall actually used, doesn't catch anyone, I think.
Wow, and Vera, look at the confidence. Despite him being vulnerable up, still just slides right in. That is the confidence you want to see from, you know, the top tier talent in terms of the entry fragging department, and it's all just a ruse. It's all a fake. Just as that entry of Vera gets slotted into B, the 2 players on A slowly creep up contact style. Motive already, it's only just a third round, and yet they're already pulling you know, Aura around like dolls.
I mean, great plays from themselves, right? They decide to hard commit that Nightfall and then send a sacrificial lamb into the mix. Although that lamb's still well and alive and can prove as a late lurk as the retake starts for Aura. Now they have to slowly clear all these corners, and MTV are really entrenched into A.
Motive looking to pull apart Aura right at the seams. They're not even letting them get into a post-plant position through the smoke. They're gonna spam him down. RoSEA on the side itself gets bested by Aston. It's a great first step in the right direction, but they're being wrapped around. The spike plan is ideal for Motive. It's just a slaughterfest on A. Flaring will pick up the last 2 kills, and Motive with a convincing bonus round.
That is kind of wild. For me, it's kind of wild pulling out this strat at round number 3.
Right?
The fact that you can go for like a quick, flank, a fake onto B with that exec. It's I feel maybe a bit early, but perhaps not, right? Maybe Motive has super deep strats, and this is just the first page of a thick playbook that they can bring to the table.
I just wanna... I know we've gone through the players, but our omen on Aura is called Slapito Papito.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's a terrible name to say on cast. Like, what are you kidding? That's wild.
I kinda like it. I don't know. There's a lot of character.
Papito?
And Minimize. A lot of players up in front of him, but the slide from Vera will turn away the crosshairs. But Taro, Singaporean player, picks up a double kill. That's lovely stuff. They actually win out the fight and gives, you know, that Viper a bit of a fighting chance. Still a 1 versus 2 though. And we know Motive, they are very, very meticulous in terms of how they play. Gonna be marking all the angles. Aston on essentially the graveyard of this map right now. All the deaths in the same position, and Flying will not miss that one. It's an easy cleanup from him. That's the 4th for Motive already.
Yeah, shame that that Viper couldn't pick up any of the guns, just out of reach from themselves. Look at Motive, right? I feel like we've seen a different look on them every single time. They've got strats for buy rounds, for save rounds against their opponent, and each look is different, you know? They grouped up knowing that it was a save round for Aura. If there are any weapons that are dropped, it's unlikely that it will be picked up by anyone else because they're all grouped up, right? And so all these minor plays are so crucial for getting success.
Again, you can see the conviction from Motive. This time around, they're gonna set up RoSEA down towards mid. He's got his rendezvous. He's got his scoped weapon of choice. Lovely shot. JKCF goes down. Instant shot from RoSEA. Opening kill again to Motive's favor.
Forces Aura to have to push out a little bit. Doubles onto Tour de Force. Unfortunately, the Viper will fall to it, but Taro is now in a bit of a tough situation.
Whoa. Slapito Papito from the back. Gonna knock 2 of them down. RoSEA left scratching his head. Where has his teammates gotten off to?
I can't right now. Are you kidding me? Slapito Patito?
Well, he's gonna slap RoSEA back to the spawn room if he tries the best. There's smoke. RoSEA think otherwise. Might want to save this this off for the next round because Aura just sitting on this spike like an egg. They're marking all potential entrances, and 1 more required. That's a triple from the Papito.
From the Papito, indeed. That's a sentence never uttered in real life ever before. Probably their expenses, their economy is still looking very healthy, which is why RoSEA decided to risk it for the biscuit in either case. But great adaptation, right? From the side of Aura, sensing a weakness. While sensing pressure in mid, they sent a couple of folks outside of B lobby, get their pick, and then just a great, I think what was a crossfire in the outside the A lobby, just because there wasn't enough coverage or perhaps smokes to cover a lot of these entrances. So great adjustment from themselves.
Taro just gonna back off, but it incites the movement from RoSEA. Straight in the crosshairs of Aston. That's a lovely push and pull. And now Taro gonna reassume this angle with that scope weapon of his. Motive. Gotta use some utility to get past this or pull off his crosshairs somehow. Prowler's gonna be the choice option. Vera though, he's gonna pounce upon it. Taro has to get out of harm's way. It's a lightning fingers death. And just like that, the site gets overwhelmed by Motive. Like to be picked up and planted though, but Aura have the man advantage. Viper's Red might be the option to even up this playing field. A flank attempt being sent for by Aura. 2 on the flank, 2 here from mid. It's Motive. Hunker in within the pit itself. Vera is a great position in towards the back calls. That's a spot that he can play on late round, but this is it. Flaring around his pit. He's so privy to this, so aware. I mean, he will not invest it. Shotgun though will make things interesting, but it's just the single player of Vera left in a 1 versus 3 and just in the blink of an eye. Aura, they just come up with all the frags necessary. Beautiful retake coming in from him. I thought the Motive had it under lock and key, but Aura, they just bust down the door.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little surprised, right? Taro holding that singular shots with no assistance whatsoever from anyone, couldn't get out in time because they hindered themselves, but fortunately, you know, they rang the alarm bells loud enough for the rest of their teammates to come back in. Great shorty play from the Omen to bring down the pits and expose everyone else. Bit of a saving grace, and they still have 5 ultimates to save for it, so can continue the momentum. Still a 2-round game.
Oh, great scandal. Taro has to back off. Oh my god, she's still in harm's way. And he's still pushing. That is incredibly ambitious from Taro. And they still want to commit off the back of this. Convergent path being sent straight in. So much smoke and mirrors. Vera gets blasted with a classic to the head. And a lovely bit of aggression from Aura being shown. Down but not out. Take 1 kill each down towards mid.
Yeah, even after Convergence path, right, they were ready, MTV were ready for the push out from A link, and so it's a 1v1 trade, pit deployed onto B, and that discourages anyone, but that's not where they're looking. MTV may go for that mid push, and then maybe wrap around. No, they look like they're posturing for an A, which is the stack site. That's not the gamble you're looking for.
Face your fear!
That's gonna make it interesting. Taro does not move an inch. This is the likes that we saw from Kestrel. DVL though, he's got different plans. It's a backstab of sorts. Slapito, Papito again. Great anchoring job from the dynamic duo on this A site. Aura, lovely readjustment in the late round to get themselves a crucial round win. And Spin on the side of Motive, gotta be calling this timeout early on.
Yeah, that's good job for Coach Spin, right? Just be able to say, hey, Aura string together 3 in a row, correct? In the last 3 rounds. And you want to put a stop to that. They're finding some sort of success. They are, 1, maybe a little lucky in terms of choosing the right sites to stack. That is 1. But also 2, right? The aggression from their Waylay as well as their Neon is a little untethered. And MTV are finding a little hard to maneuver around that. Yes, maybe there are trades, maybe they do die, but for the most part, Aura is starting to find a footing in terms of trying to be as chaotic as MTV and trying to break apart their attacking rounds.
We did mention that Aura's win condition was essentially be aggressive, start strong, make Motive uncomfortable, drag them into the dirt. And I think in the last 3 rounds, that's exactly what has happened. Aura have taken the fight to Motive. They go toe-to-toe and say, hey, we back our own aim, we back our own aggression, and it's been working out for them.
It has been, you know. I wonder what Coach Spin is talking about them. They're running controllers. You could slow it down a little bit like they did during the pistol plus anti bonus, or rather round 3. We'll have to see, because right now Aura triple push outside of A lobby just to get information as well as map control. They have the Viper's wall across the rest of the map. That could be their ticket to hold down securely, especially because JK is going to find one of the controllers at least with the Outlaw.
Yeah, they try to do a little bit of a fake again, right? That they did in the 3rd round. But this time around, Aura privy to that possibility. Although Zan has stuck his from the shadows all the way in their spawn. But eventually gets caught up by Taro. Great timing, great awareness from the Waylay. Understanding that, hey, it's been quiet across the map. Let's turn around. Let's make sure things don't go too awry. And well, things kind of settled down to a 5 versus 2. Aura looking to be in full control of this round. They've only got a little bit of a straggler in the form of Vera. He's gonna try to flank the B side, but we've got the Viper on mark for that one. But Vera Very sharp on his aim. Find that first frag, but exposes his position. Now, in the 1 versus 2, the dash coming through from Taro, though, to make things difficult for Motive. Drops in the saturate as well. Puts pressure on the player of Minimize. And Aura stabilize the situation. They don't fumble the bag. And they keep the round, the streak of rounds going.
Okay. Not too shabby. All things considered, MTV, I believe, we're on a save round. So the fact that you're able to strip away 3 weapons and come up from a timeout moving into round 9 is going to be key here, because you're going to be able to buy up and figure out a way to get back and stop the momentum after this tie-up of 4-4. So back to, we'll have to see what kind of strats. My bet here is they slow things down a whole lot, right? They don't try and over-aggress. They need to keep their wits about themselves and not be, like as you call it, dragged into the dirt with the likes of Aura.
You want to play? Riza wants to have a field day. Brought out this tour de force. Not on the player called tour de force though. It's flaring. So yes, we've got that op situated down towards mid yet again, as we've seen in the couple rounds previous. Seems like it's a bit of a protocol when they have that long-range weapon.
Toxin screen down.
We've got lineup Larry coming in hot, and using that Q to just gun straight in. Once again, Vera absolutely fearless in the decay through that snake bite.
Oh, but DVL, this has been a rat on the side. They don't check him. Gets a double kill, triple kill. JKCF chiming into the feed. Aura looking like a well-oiled machine. They just style on Motive. They didn't even get a chance to tap the spike.
Yeah, that's the thing about this B site, like A site is a bit more spread out, and during the pre-show I talked about layers of defense and layers of attack, and for the A site, those layers are spread out a lot. For the B site, they're so compact, like you call it. DVL was hiding behind a next layer of defense that just was unchecked. And it just allowed that trap to spring out at the right moment, because you can't partition that B site enough. And so that's where the success is. And MTV losing a little steam, and Aura really coming into terms right now.
I love this look from Aura. They're in the lead, up against Motive of all teams. The Mongolian squad with the Indonesian and the Singaporean sub. Making things look a lot more interesting than we thought initially. But still not out of the woods just yet. Motive now aggressing towards B main. They pick up their ultimate orb. And I think that allows them to have that Nightfall available.
Yeah, doing the same thing as they did as round 3, farm the orb onto B. Maybe they do a switcheroo, right? Because they've inserted the Viper onto the B as a holding point. Perhaps they'll initiate the Nightfall onto A, leave people scrambling. Might be all a ruse. Especially because right now, those pings in A, yep, it's an absolute ruse. Look at where the spike is going to. They're gonna make noise on this A side soon.
Gonna look in towards B, they're gonna draw all the attention on towards A. But DVL aware of it as his teammate's gone down. Aston, not a single kill. Left. Lost the sight. And DVL's gonna try his best though, but preemptive is Motive. Taps a spike, throws in a bit of a paranoia. Makes DVL's life absolute hell. Gives them a double man advantage. Motive now looking strong. Aura to somehow pick up the pieces here in the 3 versus 5 on this retake. Neon up on the cards first. He's gonna be the first on the cards here, waiting for the rest of his team to creep in towards the back of the halls. Fastlane goes up, so does he. In towards the site itself, segregates a couple of these players. Zan gets eliminated, but Vera there for the crucial trade. Op now spotted out, Daryl exposed, and Flaring will clean up the last 2 kills. Motive back to winning ways.
Back to winning ways, tying things back up despite a bit of a winning streak from Aura. Able to pull another one from the strat book. I'll bet it's effectively the same but different. It's a reverse of what they did from round 3. Farm the orb on B, send it down on A. DVL starting to pick up on those small, nuances. Was still at B link to maybe hold down the fort, but it was just too many from MTV and kind of overwhelmed them at the last moment. So fair enough. On to mid B go. Just trying to break open this and disrespect this mid spoke. Disrespect it you shall. will fall to their ways here.
Whoop. Alright. Not gonna jump a second time. Riza will put the fear and God in them. I say that as they're getting even more aggressive on the defense. The Neon is re-cleared mid. Omen and Waylay both playing really up close at the choke point, expecting potential players around that smoke.
Yeah, this is the mid-round changes, right? They're trying to figure out how their opponents are readapting right now. And then the re-clear of mid as well from MTV just to make sure it's not.
Look at this from Aura. They called a fake. Papito is coming to the rest of the team. Guys, stack B. There's absolutely no one here on A. JKCF spots on a bunch of players down mid. B split on the cards. That is the comm for Aura. How do they defend? They have all the information in place. And the first one to find contact is Papito on the backlines. Zen and Flaring though both finding success of their own. DVL successfully staves off that lone player up towards B main. 2 versus 3 now. Low HP for Zen. And Aura just gathering their forces, using the ultimates to get the Riza gets tagged down low. Zen somehow spins upon a dime, but it's DVL, the devil in the sight. 6 rounds on the board. Aura staving off another motive attack.
That got so dicey, Colden, right? The information was there. I mean, Aura was reading it so well because of the deep insert from Slapito. A bit labored towards the end, but DVL was the saving grace here, right? Look at all these red kill feeds coming through at this last moment. It's the decay that really panned out for the Fade at that tail end. And DVL leading that scoreboard as well into the last round of the first half here.
Insane work coming in from Aura, and they look like they have something cooking up as well. We've got the Waylay out at the ready. Stun comes through. Taro with the first kill. JKCF slides in with the up. Almost dies because of it, but Zen is teleported back of the site. Fight now out of the smoke. Papito cannot find a single kill whatsoever. Convergent pass now sent in. JK.
One enemy remaining.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. One down.
Switching sides. Bye-bye. One enemy. Last player standing.
One down.
Fake there. And that's the only 2 times that they were like wildly successful from that perspective. But even so, DVL was really starting to get ahead of the game. So there's only so many times you can really work that. Aura, I mean, hard to say what they are going to cook up here on the attack side, right? Like they really relish in making it messy and scrappy. You got your wish, Colden, right? That's like precisely the kind of Valorant cinema that we were hoping to see right off the cuff. And now on the second half, Aura on the attack side can really press the advantage. They've got a fearless Taro, almost perhaps I'd say more fearless than Vera at times, trying to peek in with operators on their defense side. So I wouldn't put it past them to really try and make space for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I do agree. Or Taro, you know, you can call it confidence, you can call it fearlessness, or you can just call it unhinged nature. I won't say a certain word. You know, it's might not be too broadcast friendly, but you know, Taro is just insane right now. The confidence that he's playing with, and the trust in his team. Time and time again, his dashes have been on point. JKCF also, another duelist that is just so confident, so fearless, just sliding in with the up of all things. I mean, I swear that's not something that Emotive are ready for. Like, standard protocol says, you miss that angle, you miss that shot, you fall back to a safer one. No, JKCF just slides in with the up and tries to challenge that. So that's like the exact style of play that Aura needs to bring into this game, and they have done so successfully. They just need to continue it in the second half.
Indeed, indeed. I'm also looking at MTV's kind of like scoreline, Yeah, sure, minimize OC player right up there with the number of kills. I'm also looking at RoSEA and Zan, right? I'm expecting a little bit more in terms of their kills. Zan obviously providing a lot of value with the smokes. You really see the 9 assists to their name. But RoSEA, needing to maybe find a bit more value on a defense chamber. I think on this map in particular as well, there's so many nooks and crannies and corners that Rendezvous can cut across. I think this is their time to shine, and hopefully they'll be able to...
Toxins going up.
Arguably on each of these teams' better sides right now. Double duelist on this attacking side, straight into the action. JKCF does not waste any time.
Go, go, go.
It's a minute 30 and they're already playing the spike.
Bring
Motive
down.
have to call for a
Spike
full
planted.
on take. Flaring, aware of that potential, cuts down the head of the snake. JKCF goes down. Lovely opening kill being found by Flaring, but now, how do you organize this?
Bring them down. Where are you? Back up.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Back up. Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
That was a fast round. Hopefully we are back. I don't think we needed to say anything. There's a full clean sweep coming through. And, just in time. Ascend. I think the head coach of Aura gonna take that time out. Sorry guys for the technical issues. It was just a pistol round, not too much.
Not too much indeed. But hey, if you're Ascend, great time for a timeout, right? Not common that you see it popped on your bonus, or rather the bonus of that half, but perhaps Coach Ascend didn't quite like what they saw, especially because now it's tied back up. MTV really were able to put a halt to a lot of the types of look that Aura had. Okay, to be fair, they only had one look, which is like press, right? W key the whole way. But even so, 5v5 on that first pistol, they were really able to come in with some nice 3-2 pincer maneuver and take back the site by force. So I think the Ascend, hopefully Coach Ascend has a few wise words to depart for their team members.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to take this time out. Right, you realize a little bit on how Motive are orchestrating this kind of all of their defensive side. So back into the mix. Standard procedure so far. Motive winning out the second round, and so far both pistols going in Motive's favor. Aura still tied up at this 7-7 scoreline. See what they have in store for us for the anti-bonus from Aura.
Bring them down.
Yeah, bit of aggression there.
Okay, Vera with the Bucky. Gonna find their success. Taro those says, I can do you one better. Got the better shotgun and the better shots. Just like that, cracks open this B site and forces Motive to go on a really large flank, it seems. Very disconnected from the action, so Would be surprised if they even opt for a bit of a save because Aura, they've got all their positions under lock and key.
They do indeed. Minimize trying to make a play though. The haunt just reveals a bit of information. I think they're waiting for the chamber to make some action, but that Slappy 2 is going to take that quickly out of action. So it just leaves the IGL to have to deal with it. Oh, has to dance around this snake orb. It's one for the troubles, but one is all they get. Aura pick up the bonus nice and confidently, leaving 3 left to transfer guns.
Yep, standard stuff from Aura in that post plan. But look at this opening kill. Vera only good for the one. Taro though, he's been fantastic this map. I love what I'm seeing so far. And technically the substitute player. So, you know, might need to consider putting him into the main roster if he's able to perform this consistently across the series. But might be getting ahead of myself. We're not out of the woods just yet. Let's see what Aura have in store for us. Again, another fast-paced round. JKCF. That coveted weapon of his, Judge in hand. Up close and personal down towards mid. The Prowler spots out Zen.
Oh.
Paranoia will keep him at bay. Stun up. Vera sliding in for the action. Saturate though. Won't prevent him from doing anything more than that. And Aura, stave off a little bit of aggression from Motive.
Pretty good kind of work from Aura, right? Basically take full mid control, split the side in half. They just need to pick which side to choose to go to. And if they pick the first letter of the alphabet, you're in the wrong hands. And it doesn't seem like that's the case, right? They've got this eyes set on that left side, which is the smart play. Very fortunate for them to make their way over to that B side. I'm wondering if JK is gonna make some noise onto A to really sell the fake. Oh no, they're scared off.
Okay, so Motive now think it's a fake because the ultimate orb was picked up on the B side. Motive are calling for the rotate towards that B. Towards B as the expected finish, but Zan as well as Riza both still holding down the fort. The 2 newest pickups from Motive. They need to go huge here. Riza with a 1 tap to the head of Taro. Lovely first opening kill. Second one, fantastic as well. The repositioning. And all of Motive just flying straight in, but Aston has something else to say about this round. It's a triple kill on the Viper. And make things interesting as a spike gets planted as well. 10 seconds left, but it'll get that down, no issue. Nightfall available now. DVL though doesn't expect minimize on the off angle. And so this Viper needs to come up clutch, has to find all the kills necessary. Prowler misses, doesn't detect him. There's a chance now. Oh, but the pre-fire from minimize is fantastic. Beautiful stuff from the IGL. Motive stave off another very scary round from Aura and tie up the series again.
I was just looking at Minimize's face cam. So calm and collected, despite there being an absolute clutch situation. The pre-fire and then the wide peak to get that final player is insane. Also, can I talk about this rendezvous from Riza? From outside lobby into site. I didn't know that rendezvous's like circumference or diameter was so wide.
Yeah, you have a lot more options now with the change, I guess the buff to his range, right? So very cool stuff. Up on the boxes. Unconventional angle. Riza trying to hold his ground there, but gets bested. Angle given over back to Aura. Smoke has to be deployed.
Nice and steady so far. So wants to farm these orbs. Nightfall in the hands of Aura, which they could use. I think they're on a bit of a save round as well, if I were to guess. I think JK had a Bucky as well. So they're opting to not go for their signature rush, but we'll challenge Vera with a Judge here in Link.
Oh, the best weapon for this job. Gotta be careful though, don't want to over-peak this angle, but so far it's fantastically done. Jiggle through. Oh, but doesn't get the second. Of course it's a Judge to best him in that kind of a fight, but lovely protocols on Motive now. They're gonna double push towards A main and take control over that instead.
Yeah, that should feed a lot of information, right? They'd rather, you know, it has to be a push and pull. You take up mid space, we take back A main, and that should kind of signal to the defenders here that's going to be a bit of a push.
30 seconds left.
Big.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's not even minimized to get the kills. It's flaring all the way in the sight. Just gotta line him up through the smoke. Minimize doesn't even need to fire a shot. Shout out to the Viper of Motive as the Viper of Aura is just left reeling. His teammates disappeared, Spike is
10
lost.
seconds
No
left.
time on the clock, and they might even go hunting.
Yeah, I think they're looking for them as well. Zan will find the mark onto Aston. It's a nice recovery from MTV to put themselves back into that 1-point lead. And yeah, I think Minimize actually shot their gun outside of B Link, but didn't like hit anyone. It was just all flaring all day. Wild.
Well, that's what you love to see if you're the IGL, you know. I don't need to do anything. My players have all got me under lock and key. Oof. Now we're seeing Motive kind of warm up into this, right? Multitude. See, they're slowly warming up into the game. They're getting the groove on, finding the shots.
Yeah, and that's scary if you're Aura, right? They're not armed to the teeth right now, but they're still dashing in, like their lives depend on it.
It's a Bucky still to open up the round. Dara doesn't get anything for it, doesn't have any assistance as well, and that allows for the pit to get set on towards the site. Aura gonna regain control here. It bleeds in towards mid, so it prevents that avenue of a retake, but the rest of the site gets given over to Motive for almost free. So much space for Motive to work around with. The late player in RoSEA from mid, but the rest of the retake now coming in from the site itself. Aston to be the first one to catch on to RoSEA. But on top of the HUD itself, yeah, you've got all these positions, but you need to get the spike, you need to get there eventually. And it's a thrifty round coming from Aura. They just bulldoze the site. They say it's mine for the taking, and you're not gonna have any say in it.
Actually, genius play from Aura, right? I mean, you walk into this thrifty knowing that you can let the plot come down and deploy a pit. So you arm yourself with Buckies, you extend that pit all the way deep into B Link, which means that anyone coming from that retake position is going to be decayed heavily, which just increases the efficacy of your shotgun weapons. So
yeah,
I mean, they played that to their advantage there.
The close range weapons and a close range pit with a long range up to open up the next round. It's RoSEA back on that scoreboard. And he switched up the sights as well. Back on B. Still there! Oh my lord! Thought he might have hit that shot. Instead, it's Vera to find that second kill onto the mid lurk of the Viper down towards mid and lost both opening duels. It's a call now.
Yeah, this will be hard, you know. If you're MTV, you can just kind of chillax a little bit, but no. Minimize on a bit of the hunt. The IGL finds one. Should out by Taro, but should have enough information to spot at least one, possibly two, especially with the Viper on this push down B.
Yeah, it's a fantastic positioning from both controllers, right? They're basically in their spawn, they're completely corralled. They're trying their best. Give it a bit of a look. As he picks up that spike, so does Zen wrap around the corner. That is double digits. Motive extend their lead by one, but again, not out of the woods just yet. Ultimates abound from both of these squads. Timeout now being taken by Aura's coach yet again. Try to assess their options.
Yeah, good call for, you know, Coach Sen. Last time they had a timeout, yeah, I don't think they won the next couple of rounds, but they were able to find their footing to make it a pretty close game. Still a one-round game for everyone. And seeing now Motive find a bit of rhythm with this checkerboard scoreboard, I think it's time to maybe pull out something else from the strat book and figure out how they can crack things open. I feel like Aura so far have been kind of W-keying their way through for the most part, right? Perhaps they may fail on the exact and re-explore through mid, but I would like to see if they have anything else to bring to the table, or else I think MTV are going to telegraph them pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's the economy situation as well. I'm not sure if everyone's going to be able to have a buy into this. But you've got double duelists with both of their ults, right? But at the same time, Motive have fantastic ults of their own.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Viper's pit as well from the side of flaring. Is it an early deployment? Is it a late one? A lot you can do to like shut out basically a third of the map, or make it very painful and utility heavy for Aura to have to commit. And it might be the right call here. If there's enough sound being made on this B, that pit might be deployed after RoSEA gets a shot out.
RoSEA hoping to find one, missed the shot. It's buying a lot of time. Flaring's not going to be able to deploy the pit, but it doesn't even matter. It's a feed full of kills for Motive. 3 instantly. Just litter the entrance of B. There's no chance for Aura to get back into this one as fast as it starts. It looks like it's already ended. Papito will claw on back, but shut right at the door. Both of the side players, Minimize as well as RoSEA, not giving them a chance in this.
Yeah, armed with the bandit, new pistol in hand.
One enemy
Get some
remaining.
nice shots. Ooh, Minimize just feeling it, intuitively understanding. Now following the Prowler, Vera goes on the hunt to find the final player. Already has an overdrive. We're just pumping up stats right now, Golden.
Yeah, looked like a little bit of an eco half-buy situation from Aura, so I won't put too much at stake there for that round particular. But again, their money is in a very dire situation. They lose this round, that's 12 given up to Motive, and they are gonna be broke.
Yeah.
So a lot of stakes riding in this round.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hinge a fair bit on the two duelist ults, right? You know, the convergence paths plus the overdrive to hopefully make some space and crack things open. Wonder what the pacing will be like as well. Double controllers on this B. Smoke disrespected pretty quickly by JK. The judge in hand. That is going to be the speed onto the site here.
Flaring misses the Neon. Will catch onto Yeoman instead. He'll take that. Surviving with just 30 points of health. Vera tapped down extremely low as well, but main thing is Aura have got that spike planted. They've got the lightning fingers in the hands of the Neon as well. Does that come into a factor here? Being aggressive, they don't have space, they want to take it out of the smoke, they jump straight out, they catch him by surprise. Aura finding a little bit of confidence, a little bit of that groove, but both sides, both Neons having the ultimates, but it's Taro, Aston, both finding the kills of their own. Minimize now thrust into 1 versus 3. He's got the utilities in hand, but JKCF bests him in the head-to-head, and Aura say we keep on going.
We keep going indeed. They themselves up to double digits, back to a one-round matchup. It is back and forth so far. Every time we think that one team has a bit of an edge, they readapt and they re-evolve into something more. The push into B-Link was phenomenal. Obviously, there was a timing thing against Zan, but they were able to make more space and then play out of B-Link to then counter against Minimize, right? So good adjustments.
Fantastic understanding and calls from the team to all do it together. That is the likes of a very well-oiled team. Right? That's something that we didn't expect from Aura coming to this. Didn't know what to expect, to be honest, but they've shown that in the late rounds and the mid rounds, they have a great understanding of the game. They just need to string it all together.
Yeah. They keep the economy alive as well, which is important. Now, new look from Aura, slowing things down toward the forest, activated. RoSEA on the rendezvous, waits it out, doesn't quite find the mark though, but knows at least 2 are there, 3 are there now.
Compromise, but not done just yet. Minimize and Flaring. He may lose a side once, but you won't get them 2 times in a row. But Aston has something else to say about this one. A shot through the boxes will catch onto Flaring's head. 2 versus 3. They're trying to find out where Minimize have gotten off to. Ran away, disappeared. DVL, what a beautiful crosshair placement. And the shots fired. DVL, well blinded. And Aston will answer with the trade frag. Zan goes down from heaven. Get that spike planted. And we're all tied up at 11.
Aura just absolutely fragging out whatever Coach Ascend said during that timeout. Please record it into a YouTube and send it my way. I need motivation as well because look at these plays here. I mean, the fact that it's Flaring and Minimize doing so much, but Aston, unrelenting, knowing where to look, where to shoot. DVL having so much fortune. Tying back up is exactly what we need here for this first map.
This is just the first map, as you mentioned. It feels like this could be like grand finals, best of 3, last map kind of dealio. But again, we go 11-11. Who gets match point first? Flaring drops his pit down towards B. It's a change of setup. RoSEA has moved over as the chamber on towards A, but it seems like Aura want to test the Viper.
Nightfall in play, waiting for it, waiting for that contact.
Here we go, Taro, first on bat. Oh, but the beautiful seas teleport in, flaring. Sixth Sense just spams through the smoke and minimize of all things with the shorty. 2 pumps, 2 kills. The rifle for the third. And Aura left, just staring at a bunch of corpses. Vera just swings out wide. They all swing together. Motive, they find a match point first.
Minimize, all grins on that face cam. It's about time we cracked some emotion on that stoic face, because finding those kills with that shorty was diabolical, to say the least. And now, obviously, so much of what they've grinded for is starting to pay off on this corrode map against their opponent's pick. Aura, economy in shambles. Taro left with a sheriff, their leading player, with a single pistol to their name. They'll have to do it all with limited arsenal.
Very persistent towards B, and actually it's gonna draw out the Nightfall from Minimize. No one's there. It's a complete fake, and they've just pulled away a free ultimate.
Back in a flat.
They don't have a lot of weapons though. Visa with a crucial shot, doesn't get it. Tries to go for the no scope. That's the teleport back to safety. But Zan has picked up where his teammates have left off. Zan with the triple kill lineup. And that might have just done it. Motive draw out the map. They take it a distance. And Riza will close. It's a flawless round at that. Motive. We go all 24 rounds, but Aura just cannot last. Motive find map first. Or find the first map first.
They do indeed. 13-11, cutting it close. But Motive put the prize in the bag. And Zan with the triple lineup. Was it triple? I think it was 3 hits in a row. The Phantom Spray just right outside A lobby was the final nail in the coffin. It was kind of dicey, to be honest. Aura gave them a run for their absolute money, and there were real times where I was saying, oh my gosh, it might happen just right off the rip here. We might get the best of 3 we're looking for, going the distance, or maybe even a complete shutout. But hey, Motive have been in this situation time and time again. They know what it feels to play against absolute pressure, and they were able to rise up to the occasion as they always do.
Yeah, it got close, but unfortunately Aura just unable to convert the last couple of rounds, and huge clutch plays from both sides. We saw heroic performances on both Aura as well as Motive. But unfortunately, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. Motive, they will secure their opponent's map pick. Aura loses it. It's just a slight margin, but in this best of 3, that has huge repercussions, right? Because that is your own map pick stolen away. Now you're heading onto enemy territory. That is their chance to come alive. And if I've seen anything, they're only just getting started, Motive.
They are indeed, right? You've got the engine revving right now. Now it's time to shake the keys and really put the pedal to the metal. And Aura, you know, can't be discouraged. If you've been in this situation before, you've faced tough enemies, and all you got to do is dig deep and figure out a game plan moving forward. And to be honest, you know, it was kind of static in the first couple of rounds, but towards the second half of Corona, I was seeing new sides of Aura. It wasn't just pressing, you know, just W keying the whole way. They were playing back a little bit, trying to anticipate different moves from Motive, which may or may not have worked out their way. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, sometimes a flip of a coin. And they just need to hone in that pencil a little bit more from Coach Ascend. So I think there's good times for them to, or Coach Spin rather, my apologies. I think there's a good chance for them to put another gamble onto Breeze, that new reworked map, to try and figure out how to maybe do a bit of a reverse sweep against Motive.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot more than just than what they did on Corrode. I think now you're heading over to your opponent's map pick, their playground. It's gonna take a lot more and then some. So we'll see how that one pans out. But let's take a look at the highlights again. This map, absolute banger from both of these teams. Aura showing up in spades, a lot better than I could have expected. And Motive, you know, kind of dropping the ball at times, but Aura making the most out of the situation they're in.
Indeed. And we kind of called out RoSEA as well during the break, during the mid-time break. And I think during the second half, RoSEA actually really turned up when it was really needed as well, being that secure safety anchor as a sentinel and being able to use those layers of defense to then rendezvous back to a second chance and figure out what to do next. So a great adaptation and improvement from that perspective.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, RoSEA's chamber had a lot of interesting setups, I will say. Just need to get warmed up into the game. It feels some of those up shots a little bit difficult, but I would have loved to see it happen. That clutch there coming through from Minimize, very crucial as well. And well, the shotguns getting their fair share of screen time as well.
Yeah, chaos ensues, right? I mean, the fact that there's so many great ultimates that were being deployed, the double controllers don't help because it just cuts up the entire battlefield to bite-sized pieces where you can get frags after frags after frags. But it's the adaptation and this triple lineup onto Zen. That was my arms were up in arms. I was up in
triple?
arms. My
I
apologies.
swear. I think he
Was it
got
double?
one kill and then it was a double line.
Got you. Yeah, that's fundamentally
I think he got one kill
insane.
off screen. If not, if there was really a triple kill lineup, that would have been so unlucky for Aura. But Motive, they've got the right pieces in the right places at that last final round. Minimize, MVP of the server, 28 and 15. The Australian, looking like the best player in the rest of Southeast Asia right now.
Yeah, previously from E-Kings, worked Ascension last year as well, obviously bringing a lot of that strong, heavy pressure experience onto the server here and lending it to their peers. And I believe also like the IGL, which makes this double trouble. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Minimize.
It's also kind of crazy. I'm looking at the kill differentials and it feels like Motive have a lot more kills than Aura, but it's still 13-11. So kind of wild, but yeah, MVP goes to Minimize by far and away. His anchoring, a supportive element to flaring as well as RoSEA on either A or B, always good for multi-kills. And on that attacking side, I mean, he called it to perfection. There were so many rounds where Aura kind of pulled apart at the seams, fakes being thrown left, right, center, all hit. Just that sometimes when it came down to the nitty-gritty, Aura were able to grind it out with a lot more of that aggression, that oddball style that they bring.
Yeah, agreed. I think the shot calling, especially the mid-round shot calling, has also been terrific from the side of Minimize to really try to predict, but not overcorrect in terms of what Aura might be doing. So possibly having a good read on your opponent was the aim of the game here, and we can only see that further deepening during the next map or two maps. We'll see, right? As they understand their Aura opponents more and more. Round after round.
Yeah, but that is the conclusion of map number 1. That is Corrode 13-11 going the way of Motive. Second map is going to be Motive's map pick. It's going to be Breeze, one of the newest map picks in the map pool. So stay tuned for that. You guys definitely do not want to miss this. We'll be back after this short little break. Welcome back, guys. VALORANT Challengers Southeast Asia RoSEA region. My name is Colin, joined with me for the broadcast none other than Mr. Multitudes himself. And we have just witnessed a really exciting match between Motive as well as Aura on the map of Corrode. Unfortunately, for Aura's map pick, it did not go their way. It got really close, but unfortunately slipped away right at the very end. Now we head on to map number 2, which is gonna be Breeze, the newest map in the map pool and chosen by Motive. So we'll see if Motive can continue on this streak, or is Aura gonna be playing a little bit more of an upset role here?
Yeah, I mean, I remember listening to an interview from a coach, and they, there are two camps when there's a new map or new rework, right? Either you put all your resources into it so you can become so good at it that other teams are going to insta-ban it, right? Or you insta-ban it first. So in either case, I think this is going to be setting a very strong kind of landmark in terms of what the map picks are going to be like in future games, especially against Motive as well against Aura, right? How are they going to fare on this? Are the other teams going to be prepared? And it all comes down to this map 2 of the best of 3 here, where they're going to be able to showcase their strats and what they can cook up here on this new reworked map.
Yeah, it's a brand new Breeze, a brand new year, hopefully brand new matchups in terms of the agents. A lot of opportunities for different controllers to be in the mix. Now that a lot of these sidelines have been tightened up, these choke points have been changed on the map of Breeze. So excited to see what Motive and Aurora both bring to this table.
I actually wouldn't be too surprised if Sage comes out. I feel like Sage has had a bit of a resurgence in the last couple of months in terms of her applicability in certain metas. And I think with the reworked maps, I think there is a lot of great utility for that wall to come out, both from a kind of either offensive or defensive position. So I myself am looking forward to seeing if anyone picks a Sage.
Yeah, that definitely is a potential agent. I personally think I don't think there's enough space right now for Sage in this current meta. I think double duelist has just been very consistently strong on a lot of these maps. So when you run double duelist, it's hard to try to fit in a Sage there, especially if you're gonna run like a Viper or double controller. You only really have one more slot, and you have to kind of choose an initiator. So what am I trying to say? We'll have to see on the server itself if they're gonna be opting for the double duelist, double controller, as we've seen a lot of teams, or is Aura gonna pull something crazy out of the bag that they kind of tried to do on Corrode.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. I really like their style of play, especially on Corrode. You know, a bit scrappy, but you can see like they're moving together as a unit, which is the scary part, right? When it's scrappy, but when you have like 4 or 5 barrels all gunning down at you, and there's some thought in the chaos. You think back in terms of their kind of that one round, it was a thrifty. They deployed the pit, and they all had buckies or judges inside that pit itself. I mean, these are the small micro decisions, I think, that give them that cutting edge, despite how scrappy it may all look together. So wouldn't be surprised if they pull something else out of the hat here.
Yeah, double duelist setup, I think, is pretty expected coming from Aura, especially from what we've seen. Taking a look at the first kills, it did feel like Aura were winning out quite a few of these, but apparently Motive were the ones with a pretty decent lead in terms of the first kills, first deaths department. All of the Motive players not going negative at all, so either going positive or going equal. So while that is a strong suit that Aura might be looking for, I think they need to tighten it up a little bit, because if you're going for these kinds of aggressive plays, you need to secure those opening kills. Yes, you could look good in a couple of rounds, but over the whole extent of the map, right? If you're losing it out to a team that is playing a lot more slow, such as Motive, it doesn't really fit well to your modus operandi.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's especially true with the new reworked Breeze map, right? I think it's not so open, which means it really relies on good map control, good re-clearing, good utility to be able to carve out. And if you're playing against Motive on a defense, expect there to be walls and walls of defense, right? And because this new space has been crafted for it, no longer is this mid space this wide football field of fun. It's now this like kind of narrow SL shaped, J shaped thingy that leads up to nests up in top side of mid, and I think it's a great change to really rethink about executes and retaking space, and from that comes proper utility discipline. So you're absolutely spot on in terms of Aura needing to step up in that.
Yeah, I've also seen some teams. You mentioned about mid, right, being a key piece of real estate on that map. I've seen teams in the open qualifiers struggle to find success there, so they've been consistently just hitting A or B. Slightly similar to that of Corrode, in my opinion. When teams just don't find success down mid, they just resort to full sending it, right, without really playing out the map, as Motive have demonstrated their ability to do so. So my curiosity leans towards Aura, right? How do they orchestrate this kind of attack side? Are you just gonna be full sending it with your Jet and Yoru in towards the side, or are you gonna be playing a little bit more conditioning on the conditioning side of things, right? So
I mean, interesting enough, it's a mirror matchup between the two, right? Double controller, double duelist. No Sentinel required here, much less a Sage. Just DVL is minimized on the Sova to provide some darts and recons here and there, but just trying to maybe cut up the map a little bit, use the aggression from your flashes as well as your verticality from Jet to take these spaces and be able to hopefully get the win. No longer is it going to be utility diff, it's just pure server mechanics as well as strats on the book here.
Good luck, have fun, all in the chat. Everyone ready and raring to put on a fantastic show. Interesting observation for me is that RoSEA is the one that's really opting on that Euro. We, or at least in his career, tend to see RoSEA playing initiators, sentinels, vipers. Yes, he can play a duelist, but when you have someone like Zan on the team, it becomes a bit of a conversation, in my opinion, whether to put Zan on that double duelist. He is fantastic as a duelist player, so we'll see if that is any bit of an issue. Because Zan is also a fantastic controller. He's under siege though. Everyone swarming around the sites itself. Swings out of the smoke though and gets absolutely decimated. Aura winning out all of these initial fights, and well, we're gonna put a close on this map, or at least this round. Excuse me, not the map. And Flaring will try his best on this smoke here in towards this choke point. Not a lot of access available. Jump peek is brilliant. Spots him out. They all swing together. Aura, strike first.
Clean, easy for the side of Aura, able to push their way through and get some beautiful headshots onto key players here. And effectively stop a majority of the flank coming through, right? Holding your own in the backside was important as well. Finding Zan so that they can really refocus their targets in the front side. Clean, easy, together. That's the Aura we know. And looks like they're going to be able to buy up that... I like the Marshall pick as well from Maston. Is going to be good. No one on the defensive side is going to have a shield, which means it's going to be a nice one-shotter anywhere. And for now, Aura taking it nice and slow, waiting for some sort of bum rush or something to come their way. And nothing will greet them so far. But with the Sova getting so much information, that gamble stack on B is going to be quite nice, I believe, for MTV.
Yeah, that is fantastic information that Minimize have gotten for his team. Aura. Okay, Minimize makes his presence known now. He opens up the door. I'm not sure if that's the right call, because now Aura are all just very aware that that is a potential. They gotta be careful though, because they're walking straight in towards the trap. They hear the door being open, but still they want to hit essentially blind in towards B. The dash and the teleport confirmation. Spot out on the back of the side around the pillar. Vera somehow gets a double kill. Things are getting really dicey though. They don't clear their corners. They don't find the information that they need, and now it's just onto the Viper. 1v3 Spike lost in enemy territory. Slapito Papito goes down to the classic of Minimize. It's a thrifty round on Breeze.
Wow. The first upset, I think, for the anti-eco going the other way here in today's matchups. I'm thinking about that door opening as well. It could be interpreted as an aggressive push from multiple players from the defensive, which is why MTV continued their escapade onto B, hoping that they were right and there's like maybe 1 or 0 players on that B side. And alas, it didn't quite pan out for them. Oh, right, the other way, sorry, for Aura, my apologies. So MTV now locked and loaded. Aura having to deal with the likes of an outlaw as that long range one-shotter rings out, finding the jet on Aura pretty quickly.
Yeah, fantastic opening. Something that Aura failed to do in their anti-eco. See if they want to take it contact play up towards mid. Minimize, bit of a timing position, and absolutely gets decimated by it. Not ideal in the open up against 3 players. But look at where Vera has crept off to.
Yeah, just wanting to make sure that mid space is re-cleared, right? This basically effectively holds the positioning for a lot of the defenders. And looking at Flaring, just to be able to hold that fort down. I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't tried to send, the some reinforcements over, but the penny will drop fairly soon on Vera. So, incoming, Flaring.
30 seconds left.
He's aware of this potential, drops in his utility. Sure that they don't push back offside, right? That's his job right now. And while Aura scamper towards the side, they should get that plant down. That's a nice consolation prize, I guess you could say. Shouldn't be finding too much more success here. Good flash. DBL is gonna get wrapped upon unless Aston has something to say about it. 1 versus 2 now. Tap of the spike and through the smoke, it's gonna be really difficult with this weapon of his. Outlaw's gonna best him in that endeavor. Forced into the peak. Vera will collect. Damage done in the spike planet, so not too shabby for Aura, but Motive. I think a second round in a row.
Not too shabby indeed. Min-maxing as well. Putting Vera 1 away from those knives. All these micro plays are gonna certainly help now that Motive know exactly who they're up against, so they want to be able to maximize everything. Nice shot with the bandit as well. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Solid stuff. Vera gets the op out early.
Early deployment of the Viper Wall as well from the side of Aura, right? That is typically not done unless you want to misdirect, which could be the case. I like the one-way smoke that RoSEA has instructed to put up. Just waiting for a contact play here.
Smoke bomb, nothing. Okay, just walk up. Taro, that's a nice answer back. Curious as to why that one-way smoke wasn't deployed for him to help him out there. Eventually it does.
I have the spike.
I thought that he would either teleport away or call for the smoke. The one-to-one trade is not bad for Aura. Flash in for the peak. Peak, oh, she's gonna walk straight in. Okay. Deployment of the smokes though, and minimize. What an angle he's been able to find. Top of the smoke. Oh, and it's just a firing range for him. 1 by 1. He'll spot out those heads. And these smokes coming in from the Astra is so annoying to deal with within the site itself. Double controller. Now on Breeze, there's nowhere for you to go. Papito will come in last around the corner of the pyramid. And Motive is a very successful round.
I feel like that actually plays into map knowledge, right, of this new Breeze rework that Aura is lacking. The fact that Minimize can peek over that orb from Astra is because of the placement, right? If you place it just shy, just in front of the middle section of the A site, it will be low enough for Minimize to peek over, and that's precisely how that Sova was able to land those shots. This is precisely why MTV chose this particular map. They know that perhaps their opponents can falter a little bit and get those placements a little bit off.
Yeah, it's a great breakdown. Just the understanding, right, from Minimize that, hey, I don't need to drop down from this elevator angle. I can see that there is a very blatant gap in the execute on top of the smoke. So despite there being 4 controllers, Minimize able to bypass all of the smokes on the site, and that's a lovely start to get Motive up and running. So 3-1 right now. Timeout taken by Ascend, Aura's coach. Let's see what they have been cooking up in this timeout. Money still of an issue, so we'll see if the timeout was taken for this round or maybe in the round next, because we have much.
Yeah, probably just maybe try and get some economic damage. A lot of them, you know, 1 away from that Cosmic Divide, a couple away from those Viper's Pits, so maybe able to stack those up, claim some orbs through farms or kills is going to be useful. Or at the very least, a death. Yeah, we'll take what we can get here.
I would love if our Aura try to aim to pick up those alt orbs, right? Because they're low on economy right now, it could be a little bit of a mission to prep them up for the next round.
I think the Yoru got the orb on A, if I'm mistaken. This one's on B is a little hard because Zan's kind of hogging that. Now an Astral form, great time. Taro has the timing on this, dashes straight in to open up the site.
Zan's under pressure, but calls in for a little bit of assistance. Now the team is all here, gets scanned out, but gets away, doesn't even catch a bit of damage. So all things considered, as the lone defender here, he stays alive, waits for the rest of the team. RoSEA now in his own dimensional drift. Gotta spot out this entire postman setup. Weak weapons all abound. How does Aura do this? DBL on a dastardly flank. Oh, and all the kills favoring the side of Aura. They're finding success with the lesser weapons. Jumping straight up is minimized. DBL marking the corner. They spot out the up. It's a thrifty round. Answered back by Aura.
Answered back indeed. A taste of your own medicine. Back to a 1-round game, says Aura. And that's superb, to be honest. All things considered, they didn't really do much else in the map. They found an excellent timing when the Astro was in astral form to be able to dash into it just by sheer luck. And then the rest of the screen plus the dart effectively allowed full focus of firepower on that B, DVL on the slow lurk on the outside to be able to get that misdirection. So now armed to the teeth, Aura go in, guns a-blazing, Dimensional Drift should be able to spot out at least this one player at the back of sight.
Yeah, this is a lovely combo. The Yoru ultimate with Sova. Right, you spot out the player, you get the ping on the map, DVL will have a beautiful tag. Taro now gonna wrap around the mid doors, catch Riza off guard, unaware of that potential at all. Motive being caught with their pants down. Aura setting up shop here on the Zay side, sitting comfortably in their post-plant positions. An op on the retake, far from ideal on the hands of Vera. We'll see if they even give it a chance. If Motive even find a pick to come back into this one. Taro now spotted out, answered back with a flash, but Vera, timing play with the off, whips out the knives, he wants to go nuclear. In the 1 versus 3, Vera, oh no, I think ran out of knives as well. DVL will collect, Aura, string 2 in a row, back with that confidence.
Not too shabby indeed. And I also want to point that for A, doing their exact back on A, the Astral Cloud was in the right spot, right? It actually prevented Minimize from finding any picks from Bridge up top at the back of A site. Because those Astral smokes were in the right place, plus the Yoru Dimensional Drift coupled with that Hunter's Fury, the site was very instantly cracked open. Only one there that could really do any protection was flaring. There's only so much you can do when you're cut off from the rest of your team.
I'm surprised that Motive went for it, considering, okay, never mind, we're just gonna jump straight in the action. Vera, happy to collect. You run straight in, you get punished with all the utility of Motive. They rip apart this attack side. Vera's put in the right place at the right time with the ideal weapon. Low on money, but not low on confidence. Papito, something to say about this one? Oh, a bit of a pause though. What is open? Yeah, Zen. Understanding of where they could look through. DVL put in the clutch. 1v4. Pre-planned. Flaring's already here. Oh, the scan is disgusting from Minimize. Easy stuff from Flaring, and it's another thrifty all across this map so far. 3. You know, in what? The first 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's almost half right now, and I gotta hand it to the Astra, right? I mean, the Nova Pulse effectively made Vera's shotgun a super weapon. A quick 1-2, you're able to really get a lot of these vulnerable intruders at your doorstep out of the way. So a great combination just to be able to stall things out, and continuing to put stars there will probably dissuade them wanting to have to get Aura to work the map just a little bit more.
Interesting lean from Aura. They're really insistent on B. Vera has to pop his own smoke. He's just gonna stay within it. Oh, but Zan's the one to find that double kill. Zan with a triple with Vera. Quad kill from the anchor. Zan will not get bested. He's so aware of their tricks. And again, Aura stuffed at the execute.
Perhaps Aura was thinking, they don't think we'll try this again, right? They absolutely did. And surely, they've learned their lesson. MTV say, we're ready for it. And they absolutely were. I mean, the Viper has that lineup as well, right? All the way from the A site to make sure the orb is just outside of that B. So it's just double, triple damage across the board.
Get out of my way!
Very insistent is Aura. Really want to make this aggressive start work for them. The executes on B have not really netted them much of a positive. Zan, beautiful opening kill on the Loka towards B.
Wow.
Riza with the follow-up. Flaring's good for the mid-push. And they're just being torn apart piece by piece. 1v1s all across the map, but Motive got them in their sights. They are aware of all these gaps in their defense, and like a flawless one. Okay, just stop there.
They heard you. DVL heard you. I was like, nay. Hold in. Sit down. I'm gonna get one at least. Alright, well, starting to run away, to be honest, from the side of Aura. A lot of individualist tactics coming up from Aura, and Motive playing in space, playing together, able to find these picks one step at a time. Granted, I think this is going to be their heavy buy round now for the side of Aura, so hopefully they'll be able to make something come of it. Back into mid we go. I think that might be key, just to be able to break apart the staticness of the defense here. See how well they work against Minimize though, taking top watch.
Feels like Minimize was only tested once in like that anti-eco round in mid, and other than that, Motive don't really need to worry about mid. It hasn't really been of an issue. Maybe that one flank that happened on that 50 round as well, but it's a different 50 round. But still, I like this approach from Aura this time around, playing a little bit more passive, hoping to catch aggressive peaks from Motive, but nothing seems to go their way so far, just yet.
Yeah, Motive feel like they have a formula for every single entrance, right? You get posted, your Yoru deep into A, you've got your Astra plus Poison Smokes right outside of B, and Aura, I think, still trying to figure out how they want to scramble their way onto a site properly.
Well, now mid's going to be a bit of an issue. Once this wall drops, we've got a Jet. Oh, Vera, so aware of that possibility. Zan's not even going to play with that idea. Breaks the gate crash instantly. Only finds one more, but that allows them to get the pit down. Motive, gotta get their boots on. We've got Minimize back offside. He's the only player here. He cannot do too much. I say that as they give him a nice little 1v1. Papito, a crucial trade back. Down to the 2 versus 2. Aura set up in their own world. They've got this little green cloud to work around. How does Motive breach this defense? A split push coming through. One from main, one from mid. RoSEA searching around these corners. They could wrap around, but it's all a game of timing. Takes the flash, goes in towards the pit, jump up on the boxes, and there it goes. Papito, nothing to say for. Where is the second player though? They have to get the defuse right on right now. Hunter's Dream of DVL, he's right up close and personal, but is that gonna be enough? Half defused already, jumps straight up, flying with the cover fire, and what an interesting 1v2 attempt.
That was very interesting. I actually think that Flaring didn't actually know where the Sova Hunter's Fury came from, because they were also looking at mid. Because why on earth would your Sova open up? Why would it be behind you? I think they were so confused.
Okay, let's take a bit of a relook at this round. Alright, successful take here on the side, trades out, Minimize. Down to the 2v2. Okay, we don't get to see it. Regardless, we're jumping straight into the next round. Interesting attempt at the post-plant Sova ult. Not gonna be in their favor, but at the very least, this round, Taro! Wow, that fearlessness comes up clutch. It's a beautiful opening kill. Gets the spike planted as well. JKCF, the lesser weapon, but it's a Bucky close range and a post-plant that might be good enough. The flash straight in, the dash from Vera is within the sight. Oh, and the Euro teleport as well does not yield them anything. Motive, they fumbled a bit in the pre-take. Sando trying to claw things back. Papito jumps back to a safe line, relying on Minimize to provide him the assistance. Stars in the hands of Zan, ability to isolate these frags. Minimize, what is that? Spam fires through the boxes though, and eventually gets taken out. The shock dart was great, but not enough players for the follow-up, and Aura.
Last round in the half.
Yet another round indeed. I like Aura's exec there, right? They look a lot more confident. Sure, they had the Cosmic Divide, but the placement allowed some really aggressive plays from Taro to do exactly that. And then, you know, during that mid-round retake with the wall up, they were able to really hold all these crossfires from the retakes and made it infinitely harder for, you know, Minimize to get those long-range shots, for Zan to apply pressure from the side as well. And so, great adaptation for their kit for Aura.
Hanging around the close corner is Flaring. Oh my lord, there's so many stars just thrown into the mix. Vera to actually find an opening kill with the knives, making things really, really difficult now for Aura. And now Flaring makes his presence known, hiding, tucking close within his own smoke. The little rat on this A site. The Viper finds a triple, drops in. A lot of utility to just stave off DVL, and oh my lord, minimize with the utility kill.
Cutting through.
That is Motive with a convincing lead at the
Switching
half.
sides.
At the half. 8-4. Not pretty good if you're MTV. This is your map pick. You feel very confident to be able to work the map quite well. I feel like at every point in time they had a fairly good read and fairly good response for an aggression that can come out from Aura, right? Like the Viper has been very instrumental in making it painful for explosiveness from Aura, and that's been happening a fair number of times. If you don't work the map as much, you can't drain down the resources that MTV had at play. And, you know, they were able to just put up walls, put up grav wells and stuns, flashes, all the like to be able to whittle down the health and eventually the lives of Aura. So I think that was their modus operandi for the first half. On the flip, we'll see how Aura hold back the attack side of Motive.
It really comes down to the playstyles, right? Because as you mentioned, Aura were able to get fast execs in towards the sites, but left little utility in that post plant. Motive, very conservative, very methodical, very intentional with their utility. You can see Minimize finding so many frags with just his utility, his shockdowns alone. You've got the stuns from Zan, the smokes, snakebite on flaring, all really, really well timed. Let's see if Aura can replicate that sort of success on their defensive side.
Yeah, I think they, again, mirror matchup, which means they have the same set of utilities, same set of skills, and they could certainly take a leaf out of MTV right here, right now. Question is, does it fit their playstyle? Does it fit whatever strats they already have cooked up for themselves? And right now, at least they've got the size set on this mid space. The gamble stack from Aura has been on B, whereas MTV want to go exploring down this new mid space to maybe flush out and crack this pretty big map in half.
Alright, let's see if they're gonna crack B side though, because Motive pulling off a little bit of a fake yet again. The spike is not committed here, but just gonna try to draw the attention. Vera just fully commits in. That is what they've been able to do so far. Trying to find an opening kill, but is not successful this time. So what is the protocol? A pivot back towards this A side though, it seems. Flyers want to find their first, another answer back. JKCF though, teleports straight back towards this A side. But Papito stands his ground. This is his home. And you're not going to get any access towards it. They know the Minimize was towards that B side of the map. So they're just going to reconvene, head over towards A, sit on that spike. And Minimize weren't even having a chance here.
That was beautifully played, right? JK with the quick teleport back onto this site here. Minimize somehow threading the needle. Ships in the night. Finally spots Papito. Will drop them, but now unaware their counterparts right next to them. So Aura pick up their pistol on their defense. I'm also wondering about that wall that's coming out from the defensive Viper, right? Like, it looks like Papito's got that cutting across the map, but they could be hiding behind that small spot next to the box. I'm not quite sure how to take a look at that a bit more. I don't think there's enough spot for them to hide though. Just looking at the picture.
Yeah, it looks alright. I think it'll cause decay if anything, if they try to hide behind the box. But regardless, Pito coming up clutch there. Lovely stuff from him. DVL spots out all the utility, drops in recon dart, but has to fall back. Doesn't want to give away an easy kill to his opponents. Calling for the rotate now. Next protocol might be towards mid. We've got flaring up close and personal in B link. Long range sight line of Aston. Trying to spot out any eager defenders or eager attackers. And defense on this side. Oh my gosh, DVL. Disgusting breach fire shots through the wall. Aura just all finding their success now. Classic long range. Lucky to find one, if anything. It's a beautiful mop up coming from Aura.
My jaw hit the floor. What was that? DVL? Disgusting. The fact you know exactly where some of these players are with that pen on that sheriff, able to make quick work of it.
Saw the blood splatter as well. Take a look at that
Yeah,
again.
I mean, he
Pop.
plays nasty with it. Flaring able to still get one.
One enemy
But
remaining.
gotta be pretty happy. Pretty happy with yourself if you're Aura there. So moving into the bonus. Everyone's stocked up. Almost everyone on that full shields. Negates that Marshall just a little bit. But long range fights means Vandal's gonna go in nice and heavy. Vera getting the first drop onto Taro. Being aggressive in this mid space. And now
Lovely
zoned out.
utility.
Yeah.
Oh, what? DVL? You just jumped down through the
They
smoke?
dropped down?
He just jumped straight through. What? On his lonesome, that was daring and a half. And look at the position of the Astra on this defensive side. They know that it's not going to be the B-side take. DVL just jumped down mid, cleared it himself. Now he's rotating to support this A-side defense. Papito now with a lot to do. Drops in a bit of a snake bite here. Delays the push. Stunned up for the follow-up, but Zan's the one to find the first opening frag. Picks up the smoke again as it fades. Zan toying with his food. Okay. That is what you like to see if you're Motive. A dynamic Astra coming in as a bit of a supporting element, but not shy on the frags at all. Looking for the last kill as well. Zan, quad kill from him. Beautiful stuff here on it.
Beautiful stuff indeed. I mean, this was against all odds as well, right? This is despite the fact that they had information on B-Long. This is despite the fact that they were stunned up right behind that pyramid on A, but they swung as a group. They held their calm. Were able to get the bonus under their belt. So good stuff from the side of MTV to make that work. Yeah, and DVL, despite DVL doing all that shenanigans in mid as well. Wild.
Concussing him. Concealment.
Shout out to Zan though. Love that pickup smoke. Jumping straight through the site.
Ah, now the punishment for DVL does come out, right? The concussion, the stun, forcing out the drone. Nice and chill. Doesn't spot Vera, which means that this mid space remains intact. Spike's not yet moved, right? It's just MTV doing what they do best. Slow but steady. Securing map control, especially with so much mid being compromised. Just means that the rotates from Aura are gonna just take that much longer.
You can see the differences in playstyle already, right? Motive very active towards mid. Willing to take that map control away from Aura. Forces them to be a little bit more turtled on towards the side, and that is what happens. Vera with the first kill coming through from mid. DVL eliminated from the equation already. Last two players on this side have to come up clutch. JKCF flash in for the fight, forces Vera off of it. Decisions between utility. Oh my lord, Aston being made to look like a fool there. Frieza with the close. Triple kill from him, and Motive have got up to double digits. It's a beautiful split on that B split on the B side.
It is, right? And the fact that, you know, with the Astra smokes deployed onto B, supporting that B-link push just meant that, you know, the duelists were able to really focus on the rotates coming in from Aura, right? They've already cut so much of this mid space in half. They know that mid's secure. They can focus their attention on CT spawn, where the rest of the reinforcements will be pulling through. And supporting that is the mid-side Astra smoke, so that they don't get pinned off, or picked off rather, by anyone holding back of B side. So once again, it is a full accumulation of that mid presence plus some of the Astra utility on that B side that really came to fruition.
Yeah, Aura definitely struggling to find success here on this defensive side. I would love it if they brought out an op, you know, or something of that nature. I feel like that could be really, really useful up against a slow-paced style like Motive have been doing.
I think that'd be actually pretty good. I feel like A main
Obviously
right now
not in
is
this
a little
round, but
uncontested. Yeah. Of course. It is, after all, the save round. Time to farm up some more. DVL, one away from that Hunter's Fury, could be paired quite nicely with a Dimensional Drift for the subsequent rounds.
Ah, yeah.
As a nice combo wombo.
Wombo.
Yeah, but for now, look, MTV doing what they do best, being slow and patient with it. We have a high-low on the left side of the map, just waiting for some sort of aggressive push, not overstaying not taking map space, rather just waiting for a mistake to come up from Aura, who honestly right now could have gambled, but they're not choosing to, right? Rather holding their positions. Although
What's
I feel
this
like
Euro?
the
Is
former-
Riza just in the A site? Has the Euro just walked in towards the A site? He's just alone with the outlaw in hand. He's just managed to slink past this Viper where he could be. And oh my gosh, okay, Papito, not gonna be caught slacking. And this round suddenly has a lot of legs to it, right? I'm not sure if he's able to pick up the weapon. I would love it if he does, but yeah, it's a bit far.
Oh.
Okay, he's got it. Now this round gets dangerous. Has to back off though, gets hit by the stun. It's just lovely utility coming in from Motive. Vera gonna pincer the mid side player. Papito, good for one, but that's all he's gonna offer up. 3 versus 3 now. Lack of weapons, but they're gonna go play up close and personal. You pay with your life, minimize. Giving a kill away and a weapon to DVL. Dimensional drift being used up by JK. Trying to spot out where these players are. There's one in the back lines. Vera gotta catch a blindsided. Xanath closed. That's Motive for you. Push up their aim. Gotta miss that kind of shot.
They're not indeed. The fact that they were able to really understand how long it takes to rotate and just push through, right? They got that 2 picks from Jet in that mid connector. The nice pinch here. And then Vera just immediately, instinctively dashes in. Places themselves as that pincer background where everybody else is focused down south. Springs that trap nice and easy. Strats on strats. Layers and layers is MTV.
Out of my way.
Knives available coming in from
You are
Motive.
divided.
Just gotta be careful. It's up close and personal. Get hit by the drone, and yeah, now they know his positioning. He has to get away from that spot down towards mid. But Vera, though, he's just gonna push all the way top of mid. Dashes straight up there. Misses all of his shots, though. DVL will punish. The gun will not best him. Taro's found a beautiful angle down towards main. Jumps the spike. Bit of an info dash across. Flaring. Controls his aim. Cause a bit of a pause now. Motive looking to research back into this round. Give it a little bit more of a life. Revive it perhaps. 2 versus 4.
Oh.
The spot comes through.
Nice and easy though.
Shot.
Nice pick
Catching on
from
JKC.
Flaring.
Looking for one more back of sight. They both swing out. Down to the 1v1. Minimize. The spike in hand. Oh, and the shots are perfect. Aston out wide. Gets cut down short. 12 now found for Motive.
And they're at series point. That should not have gone their way, right? They forced a fake that didn't quite work out with the Cosmic Divide looking like it really services that A site. But with Vera being so aggressive in mid, I think the ball dropped for Aura. And they quickly figured it out. In that 2v4, it should not have gone their way.
That's 4 in a row now, Multi. Money's not great for Aura, but they have to commit. They have no other choice.
Nowhere to run!
I mean, aggressive push, right, from the defensive Jet. JK can't find the mark, though. That's not a great start.
Yeah, one of the crucial pieces of the puzzle gets taken out. Hunter's doesn't catch on to anything. That is adding insult to injury. Looking to close right here, but Papito has something else to say about this. Now wrapping around all on the back lines, but does it check right below and minimize?
No chance.
Will easily pick up that kill. He'll take it any day of the week. Makes it a much more doable 3 versus 3. The flank has been controlled by Minimize. And as the pit goes down, things are looking dire for Aura. They've got to come out clutch here in some way, some form. But Vera sits atop a perch. Lays down Hellfire. Looking for the last, but DVL wants to have a bit of a say here. Flaring, he has rotate to come around. Tries to find a bit of a timing play. And DVL will meet his demise. Motive.
multiple times, responds to calls across the map. This is MTV.
This is the top dogs of the region, and you can see why on this second map. Very well orchestrated, and they stuffed out that kind of aggressive style that Aura were hoping to play, not giving them any chance there on that second half. And lovely to see that Motive back in the groove, you know, after a bit of a rough first map, you know, things going back and forth. They understand how Aura wants to play, and they dish out the damage there on Breeze.
Yeah, and I kind of talked about it during the pre-show, right? This actually sets a very strong precedence on how to deal with Breeze during the map pick scenarios against Motive. We've seen them pull out a few number of strats, and they feel very good in layering their approach and being able to have multi kind of early round as well as mid-round callings to be able to adapt to their opponents. And so, you know, buyers beware. If you're taking on Motive on Breeze, you're in for a bit of a fight.
Yeah, I love the style that Motive have been showing. Right, it's very methodical, very slow pace, a little bit different from the current meta that we have, which is double duelists, you know, dive in. But it works for them, right? And minimizes calls have been really, really solid. I love the fakes that they throw in. A little bit concerned on how reliable those fakes are if your entry player, aka Vera, doesn't get that first kill. You know, how does things plan out from that? But otherwise, it's a great first sharing coming from Motive. Technically their first series here at RoSEA region. So yeah, a lot of learning points I think for Aura, though. Did have a really, really nice showing on Corrode. Unfortunately, lacked a bit of a sauce on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, if I can say so, the Aura's manager just DM'd me and was very happy that we were able to sing praises about the Corrode. Yes, they did stop short just at that tail end, but were able to put on a performance. It is the Breeze that they struggled a bit more of. You know, honestly, it's where to be and how to line up, you know, the snake bites and as well as the wells and the Nova stuns to be able to support the rest of the team was fundamentally how they were able to pick apart inch by inch this new Breeze rework.
Yeah, and I guess reworked Breeze, revitalized Motive. This Hunter's very clutch was very, very funny to see. Reminds me of that. You can see Motive or themselves laughing like, oh, where did that come from?
Like, where the heck was that?
But yeah, a nice try from Aura. I really have to give them props because I knew that they were a bit of a X factor, but I didn't expect them to take Motive the whole distance on Corrode. You know, if one round went their favor, we could be seeing a map 3 right now. You never know.
It's true. If and you know, it is a momentum-based game, so a lot of it is based on emotions. Yes, you say that it should be regulated, but ultimately it does come down to individual player mechanics and how they're feeling that day. And if you're feeling good about it, you can absolutely quick heads. Which honestly, both teams had their time, right? Too easy for Ploy, had some brilliant moments. Teddy stepped up when he could, but gotta sing praises of the MVPs here. Vera on the MTV side, 289 ACS, KD of 2.0, and wait, 6 first kills. Wow.
Yeah, that's Vera for you. It's just an average Vera day. 20 and 10. That's a disgusting scoreline, especially as that entry duelist, right? You'd sometimes expect the duelist to struggle a little bit because they're going in so selflessly. You know, you're kind of relying on the Yoru as that second fragger, but you know, Vera is just entering and finding the kills as well. 6 to his name. Definitely one of the strongest players that we have in our region, let alone the entirety of Southeast Asia, right? Definitely could play in tier 1 in my honest opinion, but you know, he's still here to terrorize us you know, in the RoSEA region, trying to, I don't know, farm us for stats, I guess.
Perhaps. I'm sure Vera's gonna clip that and send it to every single manager they know right now, because no, these stats are fundamentally amazing. You're right. I always firmly believe that a key stat for duelists is first deaths, actually. But the fact that you're able to do both, get in and kill, is that double whammy that is, you know, every single duelist's dream. So Vera living out those dreams here on Breeze. leading Motive to victory. I also gotta talk about the second in place here for Motive, right? Zan working that Astra. I feel like it's so underrated in terms of those smoke placements and allowing Motive to carve out the battlefield appropriately and get that back in. Underrated from that perspective, coupled with the grav wells or the Nova stuns. I really think that a good Astra player, which Zan absolutely crushes right now, is truly a 5-hit gamer.
Yeah, this transition for Zen, honestly, between duelist and controller, he can switch back and forth whenever. So it's really lovely to see that Zen is finding his own as this controller player. As you mentioned, carving out the battlefield, I think that's really nicely said, because he is also the ones that's setting up Vera for finding that kind of success. And when Vera does, sometimes fall victim to death itself, Zen's always there as that clutch player to back him up.
100%. And I believe we'll have an interview from one of the Motif team members, none other than the IGL themselves. Well, please welcome to stage Minimize. Am I right? Yep, Minimize here on the big screen.
Hello boys.
How
are we doing?
Oh, doing amazing. Thank you for joining us here. Yeah, congratulations, Minimize. I guess again solidifying your place as the best Singaporean player. Congratulations. But how does it feel to come back into Challengers now? Different region, different players, but same task.
It's a bit nerving. You think like are the teams better here? Is it gonna be different? But I think today got a lot of confidence that I can keep going, keep doing my stuff, even on the today was the higher ping. So yeah, feeling pretty good about it all.
Yeah, I think that's wild, that the fact that you are actually, I think, like, what, 80 ping that you're running on, but still managing to find those hits and click on them. And you're, again, MVP for that corrode, which, let's talk about it for a little bit, because that got a little dicey for y'all. It was Aura's map pick, and at some point in time got neck and neck. Was there any point in time in the team that it felt like it was starting to lose control a little bit, or did you feel as IGL that you were able to adapt fairly regulatory?
I feel like the boys were pretty composed. I feel like it didn't get out of control. We felt like we had the right reads. They managed to really push us though. Like they were winning some rounds, pushing it out, getting some kills, finding some opening picks, and we couldn't really stop them at some point into the game. But yeah, we felt like we were still going to win at all times. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like your team has so many experienced players. That resilience is going to shine through. And speaking of that resilience, what's the goal? What's the expectation for Motive coming in towards this 2026 season?
I mean, of course, the boys last year won all the splits in the SEA region. And coming in, I really want to do the same. Obviously, I'm not experienced in this region, but I have the same expectations, and I really want the boys to succeed, and I want to succeed as well.
100%. And if I can just pause this real quick, am I sensing a Singlish accent coming through? I've been hanging out with the boys. I heard
Singlish? Okay, lah.
There you have it, Minimize. Well, once again, hey, congratulations on you and your team's win. Motive Esports doing a 2-0 here against Aura. You have the stage now. You have the mic. Any shout-outs to the world on Twitch as well as YouTube?
Just shout out to Motive, man. Shout out to the org for backing us. Shout out to the boys for believing in me. Most players don't get this chance often, and I'm glad I'm here to prove myself. So shout out Motive. And shout out to the Australians and Singaporeans.
Of course. Wouldn't be here without them. Shout out to you, chat. But again, thank you so much, Minimize, for joining us here for the interview. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Hopefully we'll speak to you soon as well, further on in the bracket. So do enjoy a little bit of celebration now. And we'll see you guys. I'll see you pretty soon, hopefully.
Thank you, boys. Have a good one.
GG's.
Thank you.
Oh, it must be quite the tackle, moving from OCE region into a brand new region, new lingo, maybe some slang here and there. It's a lot to adapt, but hey, Minimize looks like they have it complete under wraps, like very stoic face, but I saw a few times that cracked a smile based on how his team's doing, so must be going swimmingly for them right now.
Yeah, I forgot to ask, but I think we got to check in on what's his favorite food. So I'm gonna put in a request for the next interviewer to ask him that if they do win. You know, we never know.
Yeah.
You know, we never know. But from today's showing, I mean, Motive have looked really strong. So expect them to put on similar type of performances going on into the future parts of this bracket. And speaking of those brackets, this is the conclusion that we've had here today. Motive as well as Overpowered Youths both winning out 2-0 in their own respective series. They'll move on to face each other in the next stage of the brackets. And tomorrow we're gonna be having two more series on the other side, right? It's Breakpoint versus Fish Action Party, as well as Unsigned 5 up against Nobody with Passion.
Yeah, and it's gonna be, you know, more of this initial action, right? A lot of teams probably trying to suss out the other players, the other teams, kind of strats, really trying to figure out how they can adapt on the fly, like we saw today for both these teams. You know, Galaxy Rain as well as Aura really put the test on their opponents and really force them to have to adapt a little bit. So we'll definitely be seeing that a bit more, and I expect that the evolution for teams will not stop here. Obviously will continue as they move through the upper and lower bracket finals. We'll have dark horse runs, we'll have upsets, we'll have the whole shebang, because we are obviously the rest of Southeast Asia, and all the action can certainly be found here. I'm so excited for what's to come, Colton.
Yeah, and this has only been the first day of all the action, right? So we've got a lot more lined up for you guys. It's gonna be across, I think, the next 3 weeks or so. So yeah, very exciting games we've had today. I don't expect things to slow down whatsoever tomorrow, and that is exactly when the next broadcast is going to happen, the next stream for the next stage of the brackets. Tomorrow, same time, same place. My name has been Colden. Join with me, Multitudes. Oh my gosh, I'm going to rename you. Both of you start with M, but yeah, both goats in their own field. Thank you for joining me here for the cast. Shout out to production for making this all possible, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Valorant action here at the RoSEA region. Take care and good night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Spike down mid.
That makes 3. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
This is your moment, turn away. Feel the pain. It's your fate. Celebrate. We gotta stay awake.